And we do that in a procedure. We must come up with a process where there's an agreement how they vacate office, and the new proper elections be held. And only those people whom Kenyans have elected in a very clear, open, and transparent election are allowed to hold office. Otherwise, we are just going to go through the revolving door that has been messing us up since independence. We've just been going through a revolving door, revolving door, revolving door. You have got assets that were grabbed from 1963. Public land. It is known. It's in private hands. How did it happen? That land must go back to the public. Some of that land was deliberately set aside for government institutions, for public institutions, for research, and all other things. Today, the government of Kenya hardly has any land. So that land must be taken back. And it's you people to do it. Because this country still has some modicum of civility. If we degenerate into now, the narrative goes into armed conflict, we may not be able to resolve our problems in a sober way. We might go the way of Sudan, Somalia, where the state then collapses completely. But when the struggle is within a civil space, like the one is happening, and not a military space, we can achieve quite a lot. And so we must demand that before we degenerate to a military situation, let us resolve our issues in a civil manner. Let us hold those who are accountable, and let us appreciate that the new constitution was a ceasefire for a new republic, not the continuation of the old republic. So the ceasefire document called the Constitution of Kenya 2010 must be the North Star, must be the destination, must be the foundation of the new republic. Let us look at each word in the Constitution and make sure it is implemented. We have got a lot of people who are no lawyers and whatever in this platform that we have. Let them also go and do the necessary with our laws, the laws of Kenya. Those that do not align with the Constitution, be isolated, be identified, be ferreted out, and the necessary things be done. Even if it is being quashed by the court, so be it. If it is being amended through Amendment Act, let so be it. If it's being repealed, let them be repealed. That way, if we can just implement the Constitution of Kenya 2010, we'll be okay. Those who say that we need to amend the Constitution to accommodate individuals, to accommodate this and that, should be stopped, should be blocked. Let us implement this Constitution fully. Then only after that, if there's need for amendment, let us then amend it as provided in the Constitution. We can't begin amending this Constitution before we implement it. And there has been never a problem, there's no problem with the law up to this time where we are. As long as we don't implement the Constitution, we cannot blame it for our problems. And so the history and the struggle of this country, to put the people at the center of the struggle, is a struggle that began in the 19th century. It has been there in the 20th century. It's with us in the 21st century. And all along, it is subverted. It's subverted by the vested interest in the state. Right now, we are knowledgeable enough. We have got a very, very informed society. You saw that when you called for the demos, the issues were very clear, the issues were universal. And this is not the first time Kenyans have become a tribal. Whenever it's called for it, whenever there's been a call, whenever there's an existential threat to the Kenyan state, the people have come out without referring to the tribes. You can look at the history of this country. Even during the Mau struggle, there was a lot of support from all over Kenya, although the epicenter was in Central. You had what we call the unbogable revolution that put President Mwai back in power. The people were united across tribes. You had a referendum that came, the 2005 referendum. The people rejected across tribes. So the unity of purpose has always defined Kenyans in the moment of need. Right now, that unity of purpose is defining us, but it has always been aborted because we never carried the struggle through. We leave the foxes to watch over our chicken, and they eat them up. So this time around, please, let us not allow the foxes to watch over the chicken. Let the struggle be pushed to its ultimate conclusion. Let us not compromise on the struggle. Let us not negotiate the outcome of the struggle. Let us demand that the Constitution of Kenya be implemented in fullness, and that way we shall be able to clear a lot of things that are really going astray, that have gone astray and are still going astray and are denying us the promise of this great land. Kenya is a land with a lot of potential, with a lot of wealth, beginning from the human resource, going to the natural resources, where we're very, very well endowed. So nobody can deny us our birthright. Let us go. Let us get our country back. Let us get it done. Let us put the people at the center of the Republic of Kenya. Let Kenya be a republic governed on the basis of republican principles of a modern state. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we have some panelists who have some questions for you. I would like them to go ahead and shoot them. Kenyan lady, are you ready? Do you?
Yeah. Before I make my submission, Senator Omutata, I am so glad that you are on this space, and thank you so much for sparing your time to come in. The other thing that we should all remember is that Mr. Omutata is actually in the, he actually was appointed on an independent ballot. So did he drop? Oh, he's there.
No, he's there.
He's connecting. Yeah, he's connecting. So there's nothing that is impossible. You understand? You don't have to stand by a specific, party for you to be nominated. You can also go in as an independent. Anyway, that was just a by the way. My question to you, Mr. Omutata, is you mentioned on the vote of no confidence, which has been achieved already. Okay, by not voting the budget and another thing that you mentioned. So my question to you is, there already is a vote of no confidence to this government. So what next? That's the part I was trying to follow. So what next? Is it still on?
Afro, maybe as Okiya Omutata is reconnecting, I also would like him to tell us, tumeuziwa uoga sana juu ya IEBC, and I'm glad that you have stated very clearly that IEBC exists. What we don't have are the commissioners. So there is this issue of recalling MPs and it taking 2 years. That MPs who have not completed 2 years cannot be recalled. What is your opinion about that? And number two, the issue of the army being the KDF being on the streets, was this correctly done? Was Parliament convened correctly? Was the approval correct? And where do we stand in terms of us having the army on the streets?
Afro Omutata Nkali left, so
Okay, pia mimi
no, he's a listener. He's a listener. Can you Afrocentric make him a speaker? I see he got connected back, but he's a listener.
All right, let me drop him the mic.
Yes, just continue with your questions.
Yes, I lost you a bit. Maybe you could repeat the question so that I can respond to them.
Kenyan lady, go first.
Yes, absolutely. Senator Omutata, I don't know where you dropped off at, but I'm watching you on the screen. So I did see you kind of disappearing. Chenye nilikuwa nataka kusema ni eti, all of us should have courage, especially Generation Z. I will come back with my submission, but this is specifically for questions, for you. So you came in with an independent vote, an independent, you just went out there and people actually voted for you independently. So you should be one of the typical examples to people who are listening to you and to Kenya as a whole, that you really don't have to align yourself with a political party. You can just be a movement. Okay, and then you can be vetted and you can get in there. But going to my question is, we have as Kenyans, we have put in a vote of no confidence to the current government. One of them is by not voting down, but having the finance bill being dropped. That is in a big way put in a vote of no confidence, as loud as it can, to this government. But there was another instance that you mentioned that we actually give this government to a vote of no confidence that was unanimous from the Mwananchi. However, what I did not get or understand is how now do we go from there? So how do we execute that? Because we have already, it sounds to me like the Ruto must go. We have already done it. If we put in a vote of no confidence already, right? So the Ruto must go. We already started and we've already done it, but how do we move now from there? Because we already installed the vote of no confidence. Thank you.
Yes, I think I fully agree with you that the rejection of by the president's budget with a vote of no confidence in his administration, and any self-respecting person would vacate office. But you're asking me answer. How did you get the finance bill rejected? You talked to this, you agitated for it, and you fought for it, and even people lost lives before it was rejected. That's the only way that Ruto will get out of office. He needs to resign and get out of office with this administration and this cabinet. We need to get a transitional mechanism and have elections that will then restore the new executive for the Republic of Kenya. It can be done, and it must be done. There's no other way but to agitate for his exit, because you have seen that he's totally incapable of managing this country. He creates narratives, he lives in alternative realities.
But how, Mr. Omutata, how do we create a transitional government without IBC?
I think Omutata has dropped.
Oh, he dropped again?
Simply.
Oh, I really want us to pick his brain, because this will dictate our way forward. Yeah, so I'll mute my mic for somebody else to go ahead. We really need some of these answers.
Let me go back to the question of IBC.
Yes.
It's debatable, but if you look at the elections in Kenya, the elections are designed. You can only have a problem with the IBC if you still have bombers in your arrangement, that the presidential election is handled at bombers. But if you look at the Constitution, and I think the specific clause is Article 138, Clause 2, it is very clear that an election for president takes place in each of the constituencies. You have 290 constituencies. We should have 290 results of the presidency. And if you go to Article 86, clauses 3 and 4, it's very clear that elections at the constituency are conducted by two officials, a presiding officer in the polling station and a returning officer at the constituency level, who tabulates the results. There is no provision for the commissioners to conduct elections. Absolutely none. Commissioners of the IBC don't.
The devil is a liar. Wanajaribu kuingilia Okiya Omutata.
Yeah, I think they're trying to, to interrupt or somehow spam the page, because you can tell.
Yep.
You can kind of tell from my side, yeah.
Yeah, we know you're here. You're listening. You will not silence us. Okiya,
okay,
welcome back.
But I hope you are hearing me.
Well, you're
being
interrupted. You're being hacked.
Yes, I keep.
They're spamming the space.
Can I hear from you? Yes.
Welcome back.
But I hope you are hearing me.
Well, you're being interrupted. You're being hacked.
Can I?
Now we are hearing echoes. Just give it a moment, Bwana Omutata. We are hoping the space will hold. No, it's okay. Just let's give it a bit and then just come back.
The request now
we are hearing echoes. Afro, maybe try and mute your mic.
Can I speak? Can I speak through an account called Yasuke?
Mr. Okiya is still speaking underneath. Afrocentric Mfikie.
Mr. Okiya, you're saying what? You want to speak through another account?
Yes, Yasuke.
Yes, if they can request the mic.
Request. They have requested.
They have requested, okay.
What is the name I'm looking for? Asuke?
Yeah, Yasuke. Yeah, Yasuke. Y-A-S-U-K-E.
Unamwona Afro?
I'm going through the list. I'm going through the list right now. Yes.
Yeah, just hold on, Bwana Okiya.
So as we fix that, Senator Okiya, I just want to highlight a few things, because I want to make sure that we have gotten it right. So you say that because we do have already a vote of no confidence, so the next step is forming a transitional government that is not 100% reliant of IEBC, and that is because the commissioners are not mandated by our constitution to hold elections. Am I right?
Yes.
Or to oversee elections.
That's the position.
Okay. All right. So,
the Secretariat,
then
elections are conducted by the Secretariat, not the commissioners.
Understood.
Yes.
So the commissioners don't come in anywhere.
No. Look at Article. Hello. Can you?
No.
Look at. You can look at.
We'll have to repeat this through the other account.
Can you try to speak through Yasuke? Yasuke is on the mic.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is simply that.
Come closer to the microphone. You're a little bit distant.
If you look at, are you hearing me now?
A little bit closer.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So when you look at our Constitution, Article 86, the election is conducted by the returning officer and the presiding officer. All elections are by two people: the returning officer, who is a permanent employee of the IBC at the constituency, and a presiding officer, who is temporarily appointed by the returning officer to preside over those elections. And then you go to Article 138, Clause 2, you are told that the presidential election takes place in each constituency. There's no separate mechanism for handling a presidential election. The only mechanism is what is in the constituency. The presiding officer at the polling station, and you remember the Maina Kiai decision, in the case of Maina Kiai, that the results at the polling station are final. And then those results are tabulated with finality by the returning officer at the constituency. If you go to Article 138, Clause 10, the chairman of the IBC only declares. It's just a declaration. Does not even have it just conducts a formality. But the elections itself is handled at the constituency level. We need to have 290 results for the election of for presidential candidates, for each presidential candidate. Then the media can project it, can call it. We don't need to wait for the IBC to call it. So the collection of the conduct of the elections don't require that there must be an IBC or IBC commissioners in place. So it is work of the Secretariat to conduct the election. Now, the other thing that I would is it's in the Elections Act, whereby Parliament mischievously made the chairman of the IBC the returning officer of the presidential election, which was contrary to what is in Article 86, I think it's Clause 4, whereby the returning officer for the presidential election is the returning officer at the constituency level, who is an employee of the IBC. The constitution could not have been designed in such a way that people who are in power could elect to be in power forever just by sabotaging the IBC. So if Parliament and Executive agree to sabotage the IBC, does it mean that we will not have elections in 2027? Do they have that power? No, they don't. So the other thing is the soft power of the people. That power also gives the people the power to engage directly. And so one way of getting Ruto out of power, if he can't resign, is the Kenyan street. And the Kenyan street now has been digitalized in these spaces that we have. But there's also the original street there. So we still need to use two mechanisms to push for the exit of Ruto from power. It may look impossible, but there's nothing impossible in a democracy. If the law provides for it, it may only take a bit longer. So
absolutely,
other than just
Bwana Omutata, I just wanted to confirm. Kwa hivyo hii woga tunauziwa ya nini ya ati we need commissioners to recall MPs. I believe we do have an IEBC and we can proceed. My only question is, these 2 years, in fact, I had two questions. So these 2 years that we are told that members of parliament need to be before we can recall them, is that correct, or what is the correct position? And then number two, I would like you to comment on the KDF being mobilized to the streets. Was it done properly? Did Parliament give the approval in the proper manner, or was it again arm twisting by the executive? And what is your opinion about the KDF being on the streets, being deployed to the streets of Kenya?
First of all, there was no request. The president ought to have requested. It was not done correctly. The president ought to have requested that IEBC, not IEBC, sorry, that the KDF was required to come on the streets with a proper memorandum, and also defining what they were supposed to do, and then they would that request would need to be validated by Parliament. And Parliament is the National Assembly and the Senate. Now, what happens is that the National Assembly moved out after the event and validated it, a power they did not have, because you cannot validate an unconstitutional act. Number two, the motion never came to the Senate. We were waiting for it, but I think when the intelligence picked that the Senate had decided to shoot it down, they decided to send the Senate on recess the way they had done with the National Assembly. But the motion by the government that we go on recess was also defeated. That's why the Senate is still sitting. And we are still in the Senate waiting for that motion from the National Assembly saying that the military can be on the street so that we can shoot it down. But they have not brought the motion to us. So there is no approval by Parliament for the military to be on the street. What is happening that we are seeing a certain judge thought that he's a manager and not a judge, and decided to say, okay, we are going to manage things. Because of what's happening, we are going to manage things. So let the military be out of the barracks. That's what we have. But there's no legitimacy for the military to be out of the barracks at this point. Number two, when the military is out of the barracks, because they are not trained to deal with civilians, the military is always put under the command of the police, the Inspector General of Police. We have not seen any charter transferring the command of the military from the president to the Inspector General of Police, who is an independent institution. The military is not an independent institution. It's part of the powers of the presidency, under the presidency and the parliament. Although it's under civilian control, it's not an independent institution. The military does not make decisions of its own. The police does. So, where is that charter transferring command of the military from the president to the Inspector General of Police for purposes of the military being outside the barracks? So whatever it is in terms of the way it was done and in terms of what is happening, the whole thing is unconstitutional. And even what the judge did, I think, was just a judge overreaching himself, thinking that he's a manager and not a judge, and therefore he has to manage things. The Constitution is very clear in Article 2, Clause 4, that anything done in violation of the Constitution, be it a law or an action or an omission, is invalid to the extent of that. So the military is out, there's no legal framework justifying it. As regards, are you still hearing me?
Yes, tunakusikia.
Hello? Okay. As regards the recall of the MPs, the supreme law is the Constitution, and Article 103 of the Constitution talks of vacation of office of Member of Parliament. So it gives us, including if you miss Parliament for 8 sittings during a session, without the approval of the Speaker, you go. A member resigns from office, whatever, if a member of a political party, a member resigns from a party or is deemed to have resigned from a party, those members who crossed over from the Azimio side to the Kenya Kwanza side, they should not be sitting in their offices. They should not. So then you go to, they say that, and then when you go to Article 104, it deals now specifically with the question of recall. And it says that, if I may read it out, the electorate under Article 97 and 98 have the right to recall the member of parliament representing their constituency before the end of the term of the relevant House of Parliament. The only timeline is that you cannot recall Parliament after the term has ended. This provision.
Sorry, there was a bit of interference. Just Paul, Bwana Omutata, it's like you're being interfered. Can you come back again? The only provision is?
I'm saying the provision on the recall for members of parliament is Article 104 of the Constitution. Part A says that voters have a right to recall their members of parliament before the end of the term of a relevant house. So the only condition, the only timeline imposed is that you can only recall your member of parliament before the term of parliament ends. And you know that the term of parliament ends on the 2nd August of the 2nd year in the 5th year. So the idea that you must wait for 10 days or for 20 days or for 30 days is alien to the Constitution. It was a creation of Parliament because Article 2 says Parliament shall enact legislation to provide for grounds on which a member may be recalled and the procedure to be followed. It does not say Parliament will set timelines. It's the grounds and the procedure. The timeline is in the Constitution that at any stage before the term ends, you can recall your member of Parliament. So you can recall a member of Parliament the day you elect him. If you found that you have elected a fraud, you can recall that fraud on the same day you elected him. It doesn't say that you allow somebody to have the term. Those who are unconstitutional impositions or in the law, Parliament cannot limit the time the Constitution has set. So there's no provision for time limitation on when you can recall the Parliament, except that the term of that Parliament has not expired. I don't know if that has come out clear.
100%.
Hello?
Afro.
Yeah, so that's the position of the two questions. And so I think for us, is just let us implement this Constitution and the solutions, because these struggles you have are struggles that have been with Kenyans from the 19th century. And all through people have been able to ventilate them. And so in the Constitution of Kenya 2010, entire country spoke. And it spoke for a long period of time before we go to 2010. And we arrived at this ceasefire document, and it was passed by the population and became law. So let us implement it. The laws that are messing up this Constitution, like the one on the recall of MPs, should be kicked out.
To ask a question around the removal of MPs.
Yes.
There was that act that says they should serve for 2 years. Does that mean that that act is unconstitutional?
Unconstitutional, null and void.
So we can proceed?
It contradicts. Yes, you can proceed because it contradicts Article 104 Clause 1, which says that the only time you cannot recall an MP is when the term of Parliament has expired.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe we can have 6 and Daniel Umutata before you drop. Let's see what question they have their hands up, and then Harriet. 6, Karibu.
Chege, how are you?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
I'm fine. Where is Omutata? You know, my questions want to go to Omutata directly because
Omutata
he
is
is my,
on. His account was hacked, but
I
he's
changed
here.
my gadget because I've been flooded with phone calls and all that.
Okay, so Omutata, as my senator,
Yes.
hello, as my senator, I have a problem with
Yes.
the current governor, who is Otuoma. Busia County
Yes.
government has become one of the most tribalistic governments in Kenya, whereby youths cannot get jobs if they don't come from Busia County and they have not been born in Busia. If you go there, your name is not Wabuire, your name is not among those natives in Busia, you are not going to be given jobs. And those jobs are being offered to Mtuwetu. I've sent there a lot of youths to get jobs, but they don't get jobs because of these things. As the current senator of Busia County, how are you dealing with this matter? Secondly, Busia County is the most underdeveloped country in this country. There is a county in the country. There is this stage in Busia where Mombasa Hotel is currently located. That stage has not been renovated for ages. Water in the middle of a town. You look the other area behind Sofia, Uganda, where the county looks pathetic. The other road going to St. Matthias, Also the same, Busia County, Busia town is not even good for tourists to go there. Yet we know it's a county close to the border which can be very productive in terms of tourism. Kindly, as the current senator, what are you doing to rectify these things in the country? Thirdly, what is ailing this country is recycling of leaders, and this has been affecting us since time immemorial. Leaders who've been in government since 1988 are still going for seats. What should we do going forward in regards to that? Then I'll ask my next question if you answer that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, a small clarification. I am a senator of the Republic of Kenya, elected by the people of Busia. I can go to Nyeri and ask questions. I can go to Kisumu and ask questions. That's my mandate. But I have a special allegiance to Busia in the sense of having been the electoral unit. And what you say is true. And in terms of tribalism, you have not even scratched the surface. You saw the recent demolishing of kiosks, and there was an attempt that the kiosks should be allocated only to Luyas and to the Luyas of Busia and the Tesos. I'm having litigation in court over that issue because I believe that Busia belongs to all Kenyans. Eldoret does not belong to Kalenjins. Kisumu does not belong to Luos. Mombasa does not belong to the Swahili. Mandera does not belong to Somalis. All these places belong to Kenyans. And employment in county governments, the only limitation, there are two limitations. One, 30% of the jobs must be reserved for non-locals. And then the cost, the expenditure on employment should not be more than 35% of the budget of the county. Those are the only restrictions and the clarifications. So it is totally wrong in terms of employment coming from only from indigenous and whatever. Now, as regards those things, there are questions I raised with the governor, and I've gone as far as opening litigation against the governor because they have denied me access to documents. You even remember last time they hired good hooligans to attack me, and they stoned my vehicle and whatever. So I went to court to demand that we have open government in Busia. Documents must be disclosed as the law requires. The matter went to court, and the judge in Busia certified the matter as raising fundamental questions of law or substantive questions of law that is required to be determined by a bench of 3 or more judges. So the file was sent to the Chief Justice. We have a bench of judges so that we can then litigate the questions we are raising, the tribalism, the denial of documents, the denial of business space to Kikuyus, to Somalis, to Lus, to other tribes, within itself, clanism, and those things are important and are going to be dealt with. So the only thing I'm doing is litigation. The other day, last week, I even had to file another case again against the governor and his team, and I've stopped the grabbing of the polytechnic land, the grabbing of the ATC land, and a very dubious mechanism, the eviction of traders from Sokoposta, the eviction of traders from Malaba, and all those kind of things. And all these things are being done to fill the tribal agenda of the need that our people, that the locals have no chance in, do not control these businesses. Me, I believe that we are Kenyans, and we are nothing else but Kenyans. And every space of this country belongs to every country. Like after the Gen Z demos, you saw somebody mobilize. I saw somebody talk of Jeshi la Kienyeji in Eldoret, marching and talking about their own county. That thing is wrong. Eldoret does not belong to Kalenjins. No space of this country belongs to any tribe. The Eldoret belongs to Kenya. It's a part of the territory of Kenya. And if you look at Article 4, 3, and 4, you'll find that The Constitution says that if you want to change the territory of Kenya, you must do a referendum. We need to make a referendum. If the government of Busia thinks that Busia should not serve all Kenyans, we need a referendum to allow him to do that. If the people in Eldoret think that Eldoret does not belong to all Kenyans, we need a referendum to do that, or any part of this country. So it is not correct what is happening in Busia, and that must be fought. Number two, the questions of infrastructure. Infrastructure in Busia is dilapidated and
We seem to be losing.
Is he breaking again?
Yeah, he is.
Can you now?
You're breaking, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, you're back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
I've moved. So what I'm saying, the infrastructure in Busia is in a bad state. A lot of the public spaces have been grabbed that are in private hands. Even that bus stage you are talking of is owned by some business. The hospital land, as you say, those roads, the hospital road as you go down towards the Catholic Mission, on the right hand, all that land is hospital land. Even some of the buildings there are government building numbers, but have all been privatized. They were given out. So this is the ground we have to fight and get all these things back.
Sir, you're really having bad interruption. We can't. You're not even completing sentences.
So, no.
Guys, can you hear him? Check it. You can hear him.
Wamemfikia on the other line.
Ni kama wamekufikia Okiya, just mute yourself for now. Maybe let us hear two more questions.
Ngoja pate network.
You should remove his other account.
Don't remove him.
Afro kama Omutata ako Busia, internet ya Busia inakuanga whack. Pale ukienda hata huwezi fanya kazi. In fact, Busia doesn't have Wi-Fi or nothing. It is among the worst places you can wish to go and live. I've been raised in Busia. I've lived in Busia almost 28 years. And Busia, honestly, disappoint me as a person who was born and raised there. I'm disappointed even to say I come from that county. We have escaped in Nairobi because our county is very corrupt.
Okay, fix umeongea. Even me, let me take this space. As mimi ni mzaliwa pia wa Busia county, especially hapo kutoka hapo Mundika. Na hii issue ya Busia inatuhusu sisi wote wazaliwa wa huko. Kwanza nimeona seneta wangu super senator Okiya Omutata hapa akipeana mambo ya sheria, na nampongeza kwanza. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa mpiga kura, nilimpigia kura nikiamini kazi yenye angetufanyia, na kisheria amefanya vizuri. Na sasa challenge yangu kwa Okiya Omutata kama mzaliwa wa Mundika anajua vizuri sana Senator.
Yes.
Unaongea hapa na Daniel ni mzaliwa wa Mundika hapo.
Yes.
Lakini saa hii niko Mombasa.
Yes.
Na mambo, kwanza nilikuwa na swali tatu. Swali la kwanza lilikuwa linahusiana na mambo ya kisheria kidogo, na ambayo ilikuwa inahusiana na ilikuwa High Court ruling about police using excess force on peaceful protesters, about pia use of tear gas na water cannon like rubber bullet. Hiyo ruling ilikuwa imefanywa na tukaona hiyo tu siku yenyewe yenye tulikuwa maandamano pia ilitumika, iliendelea. Sasa kama nyinyi wenye mmekuwa katika hii sheria, step gani yenye mtachukua kuhakikisha kwamba hii ruling haiendi tu in vain? Hii ruling inatumika na inakuwa sheria, ili wale peaceful and armed civilians wakiandamana, kazi ya polisi iwe tu kuangalia ule mwenye atatoka kwa line. Na nikirudi kwa kaunti ya Busia, nimeona mismanagement ya resources zetu zikiwa mbaya sana, na ile kitu moja yenye tulifanya mzuri ni kuanza kuangalia vision ya mtu kama leader. Tumekuwa tukipiga kura kulingana na huyu amesimama mrengo gani, na hiyo pia imetuponza kama wenyeji wa Busia. Saa hii kama area zetu ambazo nasikia 6 pia anaongea hapa mambo ambayo ni muhimu, unapata internet. Mimi nitadaumu internet, area zetu internet iko low. Ya Uganda imeinterfere sana, unapata kidogo tu simu imekutupa Uganda. Hata ukitaka ku make call uko Uganda tayari. Sasa unapata interference ya network iko juu. Mahali pa tribalism na nepotism imekuwa juu sana. Unapata kama ukitaka kazi, 6 ameongelea about lazima mtu aite Wabwire. Yes, but I'm Wabwire. Hii haimaanishi kwamba lazima nitapata kazi nikiingia kwa Busia, ofisi yote ya Busia. Busia mtu anapeanga kazi kulingana na wewe unajua nani. Ukipata mkubwa pale ako pale na kuangalia wewe ni wa nani. Kwenu mnakaa aje? Lakini kuna wale wenye wako chini pale, mtu amesoma, mimi najua wengi sana, lakini kupata ile nafasi hata kuwork tu kwa hiyo county government ni noma sana, na ufisadi imekuwa hali ya juu. Sasa seneta wangu,
yes,
nataka wewe pia utueleze step gani zenye mnafanya kudili na hii mambo, ili sisi wenyeji wa Busia pia turidhike na nyinyi. Na mambo ya maandamano, sisi tunataka tuendelee kama vile tumekuwa tukifanya, kwa sababu only sauti yenye Ruto anasikia tu ni street peke yake, na tuongee sauti moja. Ile ya tribal line tunakataa, we are tribalists kila mahali. Chukua nafasi Senator.
Thank you, Dan. Senator, if you don't mind, I'd like to give maybe Harriet and Eric so that we hear more questions, then you answer, so that, because there's a lot of requests also to speak.
Okay.
Harriet, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chege, for this opportunity, and Afro for this. After yesterday's meeting, you saw my bill, my petition. That's why, yeah, I'll follow you guys back. Thank you. I requested, and I'm doing so. After this, I'm also following back. So in this space, we are over 6,000. In fact, we are heading to 7K, and we are almost surpassing. I would like you guys, I have the petition pinned on my profile. So my kind of request or concern, just request, a polite request goes to Senator, that I started a petition last year on Change.org, addressing the Kenyan Parliament, especially the Committee on Health, to fast track the discussions on obstetric violence in Kenya. Kenya, we don't have a national policy on OBV. Obstetric violence is the malpractices that happen in the maternal wing that leads to maternal deaths, leads to people having long-term complications and so on, divorces and so on and so on. So this petition has been addressed, Senator Okiya, have never been discussed. It has been tabled by Honorable Gadoni and Mark Q. We did a survey earlier this year just to provide the raw and unfiltered data from survivors. We are even going to meet some of them towards the end of this week, those from Nairobi, because we conducted in 27 counties. BBC saw our findings. They called us, we aired. Voice of America noticed, and it caught the attentions. Last week when I was in the street, Forbes Africa, it caught the attention of Forbes Africa, and I was also quoted after our win, after the president dropped down, or rather, let me just say, send back the finance bill to the parliament, because I don't trust he has rejected. I don't trust because of that 14-day factor. So you can imagine, it's there in the Voice of America, it's on Forbes Africa, it's on BBC. BBC went there live, but still the parliamentarians have not even sat to discuss it. They have not even addressed it. It's OBV 2023, but Finance Bill 2024 has been discussed. So it was my polite request, Senator Okiya. We started yesterday sourcing for signatures. It's pinned on my profile kindly. For those of us in here, we are 6,000. If you just drop your sign, if it reaches even 5K, we can go with the placards during the Occupy Ministry of Health Affairs Center, so that they know we have the grievances addressing them that needs their urgent attention, because this is a matter of life and death, and it's happening every day. I don't blame the doctors, I don't blame the nurses. Their grievances have been ignored. That's why when these women go to these hospitals, they are not getting treated, they're being ignored, or rather these doctors are now on the streets also demanding for their rights, are now leading to this kind of violence. So my polite request, Senator Okiya, you have been so vocal. You have been so vocal, and you are on our list of one of our decision makers together with the Kenya Human Rights Commission. I'm kindly requesting you to help me take this petition, so that when things are now already levelized and the parliament is in this session right now, you can also help us now get it to the reading, so that the world can know actually Gen Z did their part. Kindly, that was my request, Senator Okiya. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet. What I would also request to you is just post it in the timeline for this chat, this space, so that many of us can just retweet. Eric, you had your hand up. Do you still have a question for Senator Okiya?
Yes, I have. Yes, thank you very much. I have three very brief questions for the senator. And the first question is as regards the right of recall and Article 104 that he discussed earlier. And I was listening to him, and I actually agree with him on a number of things. But I would like to request the good senator to speak about this right of recall in light of the decision in Petition 209 of 2016. That is the Katiba Institute versus the Attorney General and the Parliament. When you look at Article 104, it only empowers Parliament to legislate on the grounds and the procedure.
Is anyone speaking?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, Eric is speaking. Just mute yourself. Eric is speaking.
Yes, so I was requesting the senator to speak to that right of recall in light of the decision in Petition 209 of 2016, Katiba Institute, and another was the Attorney General and the National Parliament.
And Eric,
Article 104 empowers...
Sorry to interrupt you. I've just seen you're a lawyer, so please help us unpack, because many of us here are not lawyers, so we in a way that tutaweza kuelewa hiyo swali.
Yes, ndio nakuja hapo. I want to state the citation of the decision and then just briefly explain what it said. So the citation is Katiba Institute versus the Attorney General and the National Parliament. And Article 104 inasema Parliament is a legislator on this right of recall with regard only to the grounds and the procedure. Ukiangalia 104.1 inasema a member of Parliament may be recalled anytime. But this judgment went ahead and said, it imposed those limitations. It has to be at least 2 years after the election, and not in the last 12 months of the election. And these are things that are debatable, because when you look at what the judge said, the judge was raising practical considerations in that petition. Alikuwa anasema elections are an expensive affair. And that was one of the reasons why they were saying that you need to give this person 2 years first to gauge. But the Constitution and Article 104.1 says anytime. That judgment also affirmed that imposition by Parliament yenye ilisema you can only recall your member of parliament once, or you can attempt that recall once. If it fails, you are stuck with that person. From where I sit, that sounds very unconstitutional, because it's like if you fail in a recall, now this guy has a carte blanche to do whatever he wants, afterwards, without any option of being recalled. So I'll just like for the senator to briefly speak on that decision. I don't know if he was part of it, if he was part of the case. My second question to the good senator is this conflict of interest bill. There is so much going on about it, and there is so much noise and heat from all corners. A lot of blame game, especially between the EACC and your colleague Senator Ledama Olekina. What happened? Was the bill mutilated at the Senate? And if that happened, who mutilated the bill? And my final question to Super Senator Okiya Omutata, as one of the few leaders trusted by the people of my generation, you have had calls. People are asking for you to run for the highest office. If we demand that you do, are you going to run for president with our support? Thank you.
Yes, can I respond, or is there other questions?
No, tumemaliza wale walikuwa wameweka mkono juu mapema, so go ahead please.
Okay, I'll begin. The list, I've got 11 issues to respond to. So, first of all, I say that the issue of infrastructure Busia is in a mess, but we're trying to call it back by, first of all, trying to reclaim the spaces. I'm litigating several various cases. There's even in the Malaba market, the public market in Malaba. Somebody has claimed it and even evicted the traders, and now a private person is charging money for it. I've done a lot of research. I've been able to establish that the market was indeed bought from the husband of this woman, and he was fully paid for the money by the county council. And she's coming back on a claim that has got no basis. She sort of went through a magistrate's court and got orders, but the record is there, it's very clear. There had even been a high court decision on it, and so you wonder how a magistrate's decision could override a decision of the Environment and Land Court. So I've put together a paper trail that I now want to use to reclaim the market in Malaba and restore the traders there. And the grabbing of land in Busia, and even there's no, first of all, Busia County does not have what we would call an inventory of its assets. So it doesn't know what it owns. Even the other time, just next to my home, I was shocked when somebody who had bought some land there, the man who used to work there, it's from Kisumu. He called me and said, I'm selling 8 acres of land. Would you be interested or get me a buyer? I asked him, where is the land? He said the land, the 8 acres is what remained from the 40 acres I sold to the county in 1976. And I said, in my village, is there land that belongs to the county of Busia? He said yes, and this is the title deed number, because I even processed the title deed. I went to the registry of lands to check, and I was shocked to find the title deed is there for 41 acres of land that was just about a kilometer away from my home, that belongs to the county government of Busia. But if somebody else is using it for farming sugar cane, just say, the only lucky thing that the local people in Busia don't know how to steal land. So the documents have not been interfered with, but it had been occupied by somebody else. I went and gave the documents to the governor. He's taken action, and they've fenced off the land. I've evicted whoever was occupying it. So there's a lot of confusion in that county. So if a land that belongs to the county, 40 acres, not 10 acres or 1 acre or whatever, is just a kilometer from my home. I'm the senator and I don't know. What are we dealing with? The mess in Busia is too big. So away from that, we need to recover these lands. I'm litigating the airstrip. That's 30 acres in the heart of Busia, grabbed by people. And that grabbing was even validated by Parliament. I've had to go and look for the history of this land from 1952, looking at the old people used to keep documents. They never had tweets. So they used to write down in black books. I've been able to reconstruct the history of the airstrip, which has been in operation from 1952, being grabbed in 1963, in 1986. That's when the title deeds were issued to private people. We have been caught. We have had injunctory orders. You go, Busia had 3 airstrips during the colonial time. Up to 1977, Busia had 3 airstrips. Today we have got 0. We don't have an airstrip. So that's the mess that is in Busia, and it really needs a systemic engagement. And that's why when you ask for documents and you are denied, then there's something is being hidden. Can you imagine a senator being stoned because he wants to look at the government, the documents of the government, the county government? Can you imagine I have to go to court to demand that the governor gives me his expenditure record so I can see whether the budget has been implemented according to what is on paper? These are the kind of things we have, the kind of problems we have in Busia. And it's a complete mess. But I think the first thing for me as a senator for Busia is not to have a knee-jerk reaction to this, is to investigate and establish, go back to the ground and see what it is. When I was doing my research for the case on the airstrip, the maps in Kakamega do not show an airstrip in Busia town. I had to go to Survey of Kenya to get the original maps to be able to demonstrate to court that there was an airstrip in Busia which covered 30 acres. But if you go to Kakamega, the maps don't show there was the Busia town ever had an airstrip. So that's how deep the mess is. But that was thing, I think once we deal with that, it will be the only unfortunate thing that we have got a county government which is very, very transactional, extremely transactional and not transformative in any way. And they have got a lot of vested interest in whatever they do. And I think today, if you ask them to account even for one project that I've done for the 3 budgets, that are now implementing the 3rd budget, you will not be able to be shown anything. But that problem is not unique to Busia. I went to Northeastern and it's even worse. All these gorofas, you are claiming that Somalis are buying gorofas in town and whatever. Most of that money, I'm not saying all, most of that money is money devolved to these Northeastern areas with the hardships that they have, and they have with the extra parks that go there. It all finds itself back to Nairobi, buying properties. So the mechanism of the devolved government is one that needs to be looked at keenly to make sure that accountability mechanisms are there, the necessary transparent issues are there, and the governance, there are mechanisms of dealing with the governance. Because even if you look at this thing called the impeachment is only allows MCAs. The ordinary people have got no way of dealing with the governor.
Senator,
if you are an accused member of Busia, like my brothers here are, there's nothing they can do. They cannot go and under the laws that have been put there. They can only persuade their MCAs to maybe to try and impeach the governor. But if the MCAs are in the pocket of the governor, you get nowhere. And in fact, MCAs use the impeachment procedure to extort money from governors. There was a case of a governor who told me that one time MCAs wanted to go on a tour. An MCAs in Western is a governor in Western. And so they asked him for money. And he said they cannot approve this trip because it cannot be justified. So they went to Kisumu, caucused, and called the speaker and said, the speaker, can you draw up a motion to impeach the governor so that we can deal with we can negotiate and get our pact? Then the speaker said, I cannot see any grounds for impeaching the governor. So they turned around on the speaker and said, okay, you don't want to impeach the governor? We shall impeach you, get the speaker who listens to us, then impeach the governor. So the governor and the speaker had to acquiesce to what they demanded, and the guys went to Dubai. So with this kind of mechanisms, we really need to look at the architecture, the design of the county government to see that it is accountable and it serves purpose. But that does not mean that devolution has failed. Devolution is the only way you could create a ceasefire in this country to stop domination and exploitation by those people who capture the state and then hide behind their tribes and claim that they're acting in the name of their tribes. At least 15% of the resources of the government automatically go to the ground, then we assuage that pressure, and that one helps. So let us support the devolution, but let us engage with the policy and legal framework to ensure that we come up with something that can ensure that the devolution delivers for the local people and for the republic. Number two, the question of recycling leaders. Recycling leaders, we have to go back to the question of the architecture of our elections, beginning with the political party. Right now, political parties are personality cults run by dominant individuals. If you took the requirements for forming a party in Britain, the United Kingdom, and the requirements for forming a party in Kenya, you won't believe it. The same MPs passed a law that totally blocks people, and it was validated by the High Court in the name of having a national character. So you're required to have 1,000 people in at least 24 counties. You're required to have functional offices in at least 24 counties. So you need 1,000 people. It means then you have to do some magic. You have to play around. You have to do whatever to run 24 offices. Even if you put each officer 10,000 shillings a month, say 3,000 paying for a door, a shop, and then there may be another 7,000 having a security guard and a receptionist. So 10,000 times 24 is 240,000 shillings. How many ordinary Kenyans can afford that monthly? Nobody. Those people can have access to money, and mostly less money, who can form political parties. When I was constrained to form the National Reconstruction Alliance Party, I had to do trickster deals. I had to go to the student body. I got students to be members. I got students to be officials. I got students to register their homes as party officers. Otherwise, you can't. So that architecture whereby only the rich can form political parties and therefore create personality cults is at the root of our problems. Then you come from there, you move to the voting itself, the way the parties then are owned by people. Therefore, you must be subservient to these owners. They are not institutions so that can just be, that can midwife the democratic process. And so the leaders who get replaced and who get appointed, the only thing you need is loyalty to the owner of the party, and then you can get the ticket of the party. And then you can be elected to parliament. So the people don't have an opportunity to replace their leaders. So the architecture whereby legislators do not have a time limit then becomes abused to the extent that the owners of these parties can keep on recycling this and that and that. You have got people who have been nominated 3 times to parliament, the women and what have you. So yet the nomination was supposed to provide a platform for somebody to be exposed within that constituency so that they can be able to go out and maybe look for votes and stuff. So we really need to look at the question of the architecture, the policy framework, the legal framework for political parties. Then we might now end up with a situation whereby once we democratize political parties, by making it easy for very few people to form a political party and run, then a question of leaders staying on in perpetuity will not arise. So we'll be able to replace leaders based on their performance. The police ruling is clearly the judgment on the police that they cannot, or the ruling that they cannot use various tools against unarmed demonstrators, epitomizes the problem we have with the rule of law in this country. There's no way you can enforce the law by breaking the law. And the Inspector General of Police, who has command responsibility over the police, should personally be held accountable for the violation of this law. So they need to have him in contempt, and I think from listening to the group, when I get back to the Senate, although we are still busy with addressing the motion on the state of the nation, after that I'll be constrained to move a motion to have the Inspector of the Police cited and declared incompetent to hold office. both for that violation of the law and also for the command responsibility for the killings and the violence we saw on the streets. The people cannot just go scot-free. We also need to have a judicial commission of inquiry into those killings, into that violence that was visited on kids who are virtually walking. I hope you don't mind me calling you kids because you're the age of my kids, who are virtually walking on the streets with smartphones and making legitimate demands. They were in no way subverting the nation. Even the president who called them prisoners, he had no reason. And if you look at the fires, I was in parliament. I saw what happened. I saw the people coming. They were peaceful. And even the rushing of the parliamentary structures was a reaction to the snipers who are shooting. That's when I saw people surge forward. And why don't we have any pictures of anybody touching anything? Why didn't the demonstrators burn parliament, which was easier to burn than setting fire on the officers of the police? Who started the fires? Why don't we have pictures of people breaking the furniture in parliament? Why is furniture broken even in the upper floors of parliament? That's the areas that are damaged. Which demonstrator got there to damage those parts? Who damaged parliament? It was not the demonstrators. Who banned these things? It was not demonstrators. Nobody had I didn't see anybody with a Molotov cocktail. Neither has anybody pointed a mocktail cocktail, a Molotov cocktail. So we must get down and hold the police and the commanders up to the president who gave orders to shoot and kill, accountable for what happened. And these are crimes against humanity. Article 143 of the Constitution does not protect the president from prosecution for crimes against humanity, and I hope the Law Society will take it up and prosecute the president of Kenya for crimes against humanity. You don't cut down peaceful protesters with bullets. So people with command responsibility are known. The individual executors on the ground may not be known, but people with command responsibility are known. And by holding them accountable and by squeezing them, we can wring out the perpetrators who pulled the triggers. The kind of tear gas we are using now is not the tear gas we saw. I was personally arrested 28 times in demos and prosecuted, or I was acquitted in all. 28 times. There's no police station in Nairobi that I've never slept on the floor. And I've always slept on the floor and cleaned the toilets. And when I leave, the toilets are cleaner than when I went there. But never did I see tear gas that explodes. I've never seen that. What kind of weapons are these? Where did they come from? Do we have legislation approving or setting out the kind of weapons that can be used on the public? We have no registration on that water cannon, so that water is colored. What chemicals are there? Are they carcinogenic? And given the pressure with which they hit somebody, do they poison that person? So there's a lot to be done in legislation, and what has happened really opens our eyes. And me, when I get back to the Senate, I want to do quite a bit of legislation to achieve that. And because I'm talking legislation, allow me to answer the question on obstetric violence and what have you. It is true that our maternity wards are in a mess. Pregnancy in Kenya has become a disease. It's not a natural phenomenon anymore. Women are dying from deliveries. And there's this obsession with cesarean sections because the doctors make a bit of more money than that. Women are being chopped up like some pieces of mutton or whatever. I don't know, like sliced up like bread. So there's a lot that needs to be done in the area of maternal healthcare, maternal and childhood healthcare. And I'm happy that there's a bill in Senate by Senator Ogola, nominated senator from Beatrice Ogola from Homa Bay. She has brought a very, very good bill, which has gone through the second reading. And now it is waiting for the third reading where you can make some amendments and stuff. And I would request that petition be brought to the Senate can even be brought to me, and maybe the fellows behind this petition come up and look at this bill and introduce whatever amendments they would like to see in that bill so that they cater for the issues we are discussing. This bill is even addressing the questions of infertility and all those kind of things. So it's a very good bill, but can be improved on, and the stage for improving on is now. I would like to tell people a bit something I've discovered when I go to the legislature. Article 109 of the Constitution, Clause 1, states very clearly that Parliament, I'm paraphrasing it, that Parliament exercises its legislative authority through bills introduced in Parliament, approved by Parliament, and assented to by the President. Nothing else. Parliament doesn't have any other tool. So when you bring a petition, when you bring a statement, when you bring a motion and all these things, there are no mechanisms of enforcing the resolutions of Parliament. At the very best, maybe there are just opportunities for parliamentarians to earn some sitting allowances, because we earn allowances when we sit on these things. But I don't see where they go, even where Parliament comes up with a very good resolution in a motion, where it comes out with a very good resolution in a petition, where it comes up with a very good resolution in a statement. They end up there. They go nowhere. There are no mechanisms for enforcing these resolutions. So I only see that the only thing that eventually that has teeth in Parliament is legislation. And even the Constitution states that legislative authority is exercised through bills approved by Parliament and assented to by the President. So bring that petition and let us subsume it into the bill that's on the floor of the Senate. There's room to amend it after what is going on. That then the issues you come can be carried forward and be made law. And once they are made law, then you can go to court and enforce them. You cannot go to court to enforce a resolution, a statement, a motion from Parliament. So let us know these things for what they are. At the very best, they help give parliamentarians information on what is happening. Like we had a petition on Drumville from Mukambani, Drumville Sacco, which was brought by Senator Kavindu. And that one has informed us to amend the Cooperative Societies Act, because we realized that there was thuggery in the cooperative movement, whereby they just had the ministry mandarins taking over these societies, dissolving them, stealing their properties and whatever. So we are now working out on something to put this thing in a proper perspective. So let us focus on legislation. Let us focus on the bills that come into Parliament, the way you focus on the finance bill. That is the only way Parliament acts and has force of law. But with petitions and others, at the very best, can inform the legislature of what things people are going through. But the findings and resolutions in the petitions of themselves go nowhere. So that petition, please, bring it to the Senate. You can send it to me. You can send it to the clerk. In fact, the petition moves faster when the petitioner directly moves it to the clerk than when the petitioner moves it through a member. So go and file your petition with the clerk of the Senate, and also come, let us sit down with the Senator Gola and others in the Health Committee and get your ideas, and let the data you have, let it inform that process of the maternal health and early childhood budget bill that's on the floor of Parliament. Then we get a law that gives you and answers the issues you are raising in your petition. So
Senator, nataka kukuuliza kitu. Can you hear me? Metro, 1 second.
Yeah, through the host.
Senator, can you hear me?
Through the host. Just 1 second. Through the host. This is the Kenyan lady. Can I please piggyback on that question on maternal child health? Bwana Omutata, are you able to explain to the listeners why we do not have life-saving vaccines right now? I would like to just piggyback on the discussion on maternal child health. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, the
thank
matter
you
has
very
come on
much.
the floor of the Senate, and I've
Kenya
claimed that
lady, can you go on mute,
the question of
please?
resource limitation, that they don't have the vaccines. That's what we were told when we called the various government officials. And they came out with they threw up things like procurement, things like allocation of resources, and stuff like that. But then it's just a question of having our priorities wrong. And it's not something that should be allowed to happen at all, because we are losing a whole generation, and the diseases that have already been wiped out in this country are going to reemerge, because we are surrounded by countries where some of these diseases are prevalent. And when a child is not vaccinated within a certain period of time, then the opportunity is lost. So the committee, the resolution of Parliament was that the ministry moves with speed and acquires these products. Now, the problem we have with this country is one. Those who are old enough, like me, and maybe slightly younger, would remember that we lived at a time when government stores were branded. If it's Panadol from the government, it had the initials GK. If it is syrup, the bottle would be clearly marked Government of Kenya, not for sale. If it was gloves, the packets would be that, and the individual gloves would be marked with the initials GK, GK, GK. Why did the government stop branding it? Is supplies, it is stores. And you'll find that these things are supplied. And if you go to county governments, you go where you'll find that there is a data showing that these materials have been procured, they have been supplied from KEMSA, have done what, but they are not in hospitals. Where are they? They are in private pharmacies. So even these vaccines, I've no doubt that they could have come in and then have gone into the private hands, and so the government's mechanisms are not there. I'm sure if you want to vaccinate your child, you go to a private hospital, you'll get the vaccines there, but they are not in government
Absolutely.
hospitals.
Yes,
Why
Senate,
are
that
government
is the
stores no
problem.
longer branded? The
Senator,
vials, why are
unanisikia?
they not branded? So that you can know somebody's using a vial
Tege,
that is from the
mnanisikia?
government of Kenya.
Hannah, interrupting him. He's talking.
Yes.
Continue, Senator. Sorry. The speaker was
So
speaking.
we need to agitate that government stores must be branded. The school equipment scheme, you remember it? Why did it collapse? What happened to it? Some of us never had to buy a book for the entire time we went to school, up to and including secondary school. To A level, we never bought a book. You could only buy a book if you wanted extra reading, like some of us used to do. But the books were always there. So this thing of saying that the market forces should take over this country is again a problem we have. We must restore the primacy of political action in the Kenyan space. The Kenyan state must not just be a tax collector. It must be an effective service provider. It must provide health. It must provide education. It must provide transport. And it must provide those essentials. So when the government just becomes tax collector, and where it wants to provide a service, it creates a mechanism for its owners and the leeches to then steal from the public, like the subsidized fertilizer. Look at subsidy programs all over the world in serious countries. Go to India, where there are heavy subsidies. India, the subsidies work because they give out vouchers. You don't have to begin importing fertilizer as the government of Kenya and storing it. You simply intervene on the market by having a database of farmers, knowing the needs of each farmer, and giving the farmer vouchers equivalent to their needs. Then the farmer goes to the ordinary store. If the fertilizer is 7,000, and you have subsidizing it to go for 2,000, you have a voucher of the remaining 5,000. You give the person a voucher of 5,000, you take your fertilizer, you pay the 2,000. The shopkeeper will go to the government and redeem his voucher. He's paid the 5,000. That way you avoid the government having to import things, having to store things, having to do all these funny things that we have. The things are there. You come here and we mess up everything. It's like if I came to your house and I want to answer the call of nature, and I'm from the village, I'm used to traveling a kilometer to go to the toilet, and you tell me, no, just go to that room, help yourself. Then I help myself, and I come back, I say, wow, this is a miracle. Today I've been able to answer the call of nature within a house. Then when I go home, I want also to build a house that is self-contained. Then I go home, yes, and I build a self-contained house, but I choose to locate the toilet in the living room. What am I doing? It should not be functional. I've gotten the design completely wrong. So one of the big problems, again, we have in this country is a design problem. It's a design problem. We take noble ideas and fail them by designing the implementation in a wrong way. So they fail. We allow these interlopers. We allow these cartels and what have you. So on the question of vaccines, I think that's a question of that failure to brand government stores. Vaccines are bought and they disappear into private hands. The vaccines are available in the private sector. They are not available in the public sector. The private sector is a market sector making profit out of our misery and what have you. And very few of us can afford it. And so what happens? The majority of the people go without essential services. Article 26 on the right to life is meaningless if a child cannot be vaccinated at birth. It's a total violation of the rights of that child. The rights of children in the Constitution are also violated. So it's a very, very painful area. And I think maybe that you raise it, maybe within this act that's being made, we may need to make it a criminal offense for a child, for a facility that provides maternity services, not to have these vaccines. So that's how they answer that. If I can go to the next question, I would look at the other question I could want to look at is the question of the right to recall, the Katiba Institute case. I was not a party to the case, but I followed it keenly. And again, we've got this problem of our judges trying to be managers and doing a bad job of it because they look at the law through the keyhole and not through, they don't go to the balcony and look at the law as a whole. So when a judge says that the elections are expensive, what does he have in mind? He has a paper election in mind. He doesn't have a digital election that may not even require mobilizing people to go to polling stations. He doesn't. He doesn't look at the fact that a recall can be done through platforms and the IBC needs to have a digital register. The biometrics they get should be biometrics that can be utilized effectively, not using the KIMS kit like a mouse to activate an idle computer for you to now begin doing what you want to do. The IBC should be able to give us a KIMS kit whereby voting is very easy and simple. You don't have to be spending billions of shillings on an election. So if that is done, if we can get the architecture in the election process correct, and we get a digital platform for doing elections, and which is anticipated under Chapter 7, a tamper-proof election that's accurate, simple, verifiable, and whatever. If our elections are simple, why should they be expensive? So when the judge writes that the elections are expensive, has he taken time, or she taken time, to look at the whole constitution and see that what is the architecture of what kind of electoral system that the constitution requires? So our judges go far and try to make pronouncements, try to be managers, and they do that in extreme ignorance of the law. And they end up coming up with decisions that are just laughable. Like I've mentioned that in the first Raila petition of a presidential petition, the Supreme Court pronounced itself that technology fails. Technology fails. Technology is based on the laws of physics. How does it fail? The fact is that technology can be compromised by three things. One, sabotage, incompetence, or ignorance. Technology does not fail. So when a Supreme Court of Kenya pronounces that technology fails, that's arrant nonsense. So we need to get back to the situation whereby judges, if they want to be managers, they should manage the thing in terms of the holistic understanding of the legal framework. Otherwise, let them stick to being judges and just make pronouncements that this is the law, these are the facts, and this is what happened, this is the decision. So, in the Katiba Institute thing, the judges cannot claim that their common sense as managers is enough to amend the constitution. It's not. The same thing with the issue of women. In the constitution, the word is gender principle. Article 27, clause 8. Article 81. There is nothing called gender rule in the constitution. The Supreme Court invented the word gender rule, and all of you know that there's a difference between a rule and a principle. And so they begin saying, all this commotion now comes up about the gender rule, the gender rule, the gender rule. Everybody talks about the gender rule. Nobody talks about the gender principle. What is the distinction between a principle and a rule? And what was the Supreme Court up to when it was pronouncing it that there was a gender rule in the constitution? You go to the question of balloting. Instead of the judges pronouncing themselves, the Supreme Court judges pronouncing themselves that the elections are void because you had spoiled ballots and the constitution does not provide for spoiled ballots, they become managers. They begin saying, okay, you have spoiled ballots. Do they count or don't they count? Arrant nonsense. The election should have collapsed on the fact of the judges realizing that the election did not meet the threshold. The election had spoiled ballots because the election was manual. The architecture and the constitution is digital. You can't have a spoiled ballot when you vote digitally. Those are the issues. You have had the question of referenda. You're required to raise a million signatures. A million signatures being verified manually will take the DCI, I think, 10 years to verify. But if they're digital, they'll get a gadget, their gadget will do it in 5 seconds or 5 minutes. So the entire architecture of our constitution, even the public participation, if you had a digital voters register and whatever, people would be able to vote digitally on issues and have a referendum almost on everything that we are legislating. So that is the problem that we have. The Katiba Institute case, the judges have reached themselves. They acted by incurium or in ignorance of the law, and that one for me needs to be appealed, but I don't know whether an appeal will go any further because it seems to have the same problem. And I think the Law Society of Kenya and others the judges are members of the Law Society, they need to do refresher courses for judges, especially on the technical areas of the Constitution. We are getting judgments that are horrible on the technical areas of the Constitution, so that our judges should not become managers, they remain judicial officers. If they want to manage, they want to try to pronounce management positions, then let them do that with the knowledge of the entire law. The next thing I want to speak to, the conflict of interest bill. It really was mutilated in the Senate. And the problem that has been in the Senate sometimes that we have got things just pushed through. There was a time, if I may give an example of what happened to the floor of the Senate once, we had the impeachment of the Siaya governor, where the government side, which was they passed a motion, it should be impeached. And it came to the floor of the House. And then some phone calls were made, and the government side then shut down their own position. Something had changed. We had the IBC Amendment Act, which came from the National Assembly with a lot of issues. And the Senate arrested those issues, and people put their foot down, made proper amendments, captured a lot of the things that ended up with the demonstration that killed the people in parts of this country, saying no IBC, no reform, no IBC. We had put all those things, rejecting what had come from the National Assembly. Our chairman, I'm a member of the JLAC, the chairman went and read the document, our report on the floor of the House. No, we submitted the report on the floor to the Speaker. We had a special sitting. It was during December. We had a special sitting. The Senate was on recess. We were recalled for a special sitting to pass the IBC bill. When we got there, we noticed, some of us noticed things were not going according to plan, because on the order paper, in the morning session, they'd put things that we had not been notified about, some which were not even in the Gazette, which was also wrong. They said now the bill will be read, the paper will be tabled in the morning, but then it will be debated in the afternoon, the report of the committee. So we weren't prepared, ready to debate this motion and to justify why we felt that what had come from the National Assembly, it was not up to scratch, and we needed to deal with the question of how the IBC should be constituted. Having done case studies in the US, case studies in the UK, in most of the European countries, in Japan, in Australia, and whatever, to inform what kind of bill we need to be able to do a proper electoral body. Having looked at even our own history, IPPG, having looked at Brazil, having looked at South Africa, and especially the countries that have a presidential system like us. There are only 4. I think it is the US, Nigeria, Kenya, South Korea, sometimes the Philippines. So we were able to be, our secretariat had done a very good job. We were properly informed, and we got a bipartisan position that we are going to vote in a certain way to force these changes so that what the National Assembly has done is revised. When the afternoon came and we thought the quorum was confirmed, before you could speak, the Speaker called on our chairman to address the House. What the chairman is supposed to do at that stage is to move, is to read the report so that there can be a motion on whether we adopt it or reject it. But wonders, our chair simply stood up and said, we are withdrawing the report. First of all, you can't withdraw a report from the Senate. Once you table it, it's a property of the Senate. It cannot be voted, it cannot be rejected by a vote, or it's accepted by a vote. So it was withdrawn. Our attempts to protest were killed. The Speaker said the paper is withdrawn. The law is passed as it came from the Senate, and there with no amendments. So it went, it was signed into law, and you saw the violence that came from the Azimio side, the demos and all that damage. And you wonder how a chair, now when you ask the chair, he confides in you that, well, he was called and prevailed upon to do that. He also believes it was wrong to do that. So these are the situations that you find yourself when a parliament has been captured and is totally transactional. These kinds of things happen. So the conflict of interest bill suffered a similar fate. But after what you guys did, when parliament was independent, people have sobered up. If you have been listening to the debate in the Senate, the leader of majority apologized for having done some of these machinations. So we want to do, going forward, we want to But I've never known what to say. So for me, judiciary. The last time
Senator, please allow me to interject a little on one suggestion with regard to that question of evidence illegally obtained. Do you think it's time to move an amendment to the Evidence Act, to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, so that we make exceptions for evidence? Because how else will you acquire evidence of corruption? It's not like these guys will come and give you evidence of them being corrupt. Is it time to amend maybe the statutes that are there, which protect that issue of using evidence that is, acquired in a questionable, quote unquote, questionable manner? And then when I have the mic, because I won't have the opportunity, a friend of mine has asked me to ask you, with that issue of recalling MPs, isn't it better to test that constitutional provision, even using that judgment of Katiba as it is right now? Because already I am aware some constituencies have begun the process before we begin looking at the issues of where the judges overreached and became managers rather than stating the law as it is. Sorry for interjecting, that's all.
Well, I think it can be done, because I
if
think
you
2
can
years,
add this
the timeline they gave
that
us almost for practical purposes, it's there. But I think the LSK needs to simply still appeal that thing so that that restriction is not imposed. But for the current parliament, that restriction I think does not apply, except for when we go towards the close, and the fact that you can only attempt once and not twice or thrice. So that's what I think I would put in terms of that. What was the other question?
On the legally obtained evidence, is it time to move an amendment to the Evidence Act and to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, so that even if it's an exception only on matters corruption, we have an exception that you can use this evidence regardless of how it was acquired? Because corrupt people will not come and give you evidence of them being corrupt.
Yeah, that's I think what needs to be done. And so that also the Whistleblower Act should also be amended to show whom the whistleblower can be. Because take a case whereby somebody is working in a government institution, he has access to very, very sensitive information that is of corrupt nature, not necessarily the strategic interest of the country, of corrupt nature. And he goes to Boniface Mwangi and gives Boniface Mwangi that information because he has got confidence in Boniface Mwangi. He's not trusting the police, or he believes that even if we gave to the police, it may not go anywhere. The police themselves are in handcuffs from those who control executive power. So could it be legitimate for a whistleblower to give Boniface Mwangi a document? So, and I think also the Evidence Act needs to be amended to allow for a ring-fence provision whereby citizens can inform other citizens on corruption, and the document then is tested on its validity, on its own veracity. Because these are documents saying ABC has happened, it should be able to be adjudicated. We do not have just like the Article 40, Clause 6 says, that you don't have a right to stolen property. People should not use this to have a right to stolen property by making it impossible to have evidence produced against them. So the Evidence Act need to be looked at. And that's why I was saying that maybe people are more better endowed than myself. People have gone to law school, people have studied these things, need to look at the laws of Kenya and align them to the Constitution of Kenya. And also, we need also to demarcate constitutional proceedings away from the ordinary civil proceedings and criminal proceedings. The failure to separate constitutional proceedings from ordinary civil proceedings is the other problem we are having. That largely, constitutional proceedings are handled under the civil procedures, which are limited to an extent that are protecting individuals. Constitutional proceedings are public law. The government has no rights. Rights belong to people. The government has only the mandate, is a duty bearer. where rights are involved, so that that provision can be ring-fenced, that in constitutional proceedings, how evidence is acquired is not important. What's important is what does the evidence bring to the case? How does it help the court determine this dispute? And if we did that we had a clear procedure for constitutional proceedings, I know we have got what they call the Mutunga rules, which guide some of the proceedings under Code 22, but you also have the provisions of the Constitution which lie outside the Bill of Rights. What governs them when you're proceeding? Are they still the Mutunga rules? So there's a need to look at the laws of this country and maybe now have three procedures. We have got a procedure in criminal law, procedures in civic matters, and procedures in constitutional disputes. Then that way maybe we shall help ourselves. So the other thing I'll go to when I'm answering will be what is left. I've done with the question of tribalism. I've dealt with the issues of infrastructure in Busia. I've dealt with the question of recycling leaders generally. I've dealt with the police ruling on the use of certain gadgets during riots and the disobedience of those orders and how the fellows are supposed to be held accountable. I have also dealt with the question of the Obstetrics. I've dealt with the right to recall in relation to the decision by the Katiba Institute. The last question is that, will I run for president if the people say I should run for president? My answer is why not? But not run for president because I want to be president, but run for president because the people think I'm the best driver of the vehicle they have invented. If there's a clear vehicle that wants to turn the direction of this country, and people think I'm the best driver to drive it, I will have a duty to do so. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, nothing is ruled out, nothing is ruled in. Everything is possible, because I'll tell you, when you're at war, you don't leave the war to soldiers. War is never won by soldiers. War is won by the general population, which rises up behind the soldiers. So if there's a groundswell that we need to go in that direction, then the rules of engagement must be very clear, but it must be me leading a team where I'm not indispensable, not a personality cult. Otherwise, I'll be set up for failure. There must be clear structures within which I'll operate, within which my influence will be limited, within which I can say no to the temptations of power. I'm not superhuman. So there must be those clear terms of engagement, but most important, as part of a team, not as an individual, collecting all manner of characters to propel him over the pass line. So the issue is open. But first of all, there has to be evidence that the Gen Z have registered as voters. And that one is a minimum, an irreducible minimum. There has to be change to the way elections are done, that the presidential election will be declared at the constituency and not at Bomas. And then what remains just aggregation of what happened. We must have a digital election. If those things are in place, I comfortably run for the president of this country if the people of Kenya think I'm the best candidate within the particular moment to do so. But we must work and get ourselves to that point whereby we have tamper-proof elections that can be declared in real time without those who cook election having time to manipulate and interfere with the elections. That could be my answer.
Afro, I have another question to the senator. Can I proceed?
We need to get a fresh someone to ask a question. Let me ask.
Let me just ask, because it is the issue of the issue aliongelea, and I really want to get it done. So can I proceed?
Okay, please ask one last question. We have many people.
Okay, then just a minute. Okiya Omutata, you talked about Busia airstrip. There is this area from Busia kuanzia Tanaka. From Tanaka, when you go all the way to Roadblock, that area is where we term it as the airstrip. But the area right now have people building on that land, yet it is government land. People have grabbed it. As the senator, what are you doing to ensure that we still have an airstrip in Busia? The other issue is if you go to Busia Korinda area, there is this area in Korinda where the government had moved market just opposite Busia prisons. That market since then has never been functional because there are people who wanted to get rent from those people that were buying shops. I tried to purchase a shop there in I tried to purchase a shop there in 2022, but 2021, 2022, but I was not successful because I was told, bring money so that we can give you a shop. They were asking for 150,000 to give me a kiosk that place. I declined and bought a shop just close to Roadblock. The other last question is, Okiya Omutata, right now we are having a revolution whereby the president was speaking about budgets and borrowing. Don't you think you legislators are earning a lot of money which should be cut at least to around 250,000 shillings per legislator so that we can create more jobs and create more income for the country? Because we have to live by our means. We should not go out borrowing. What is your take on that, on the salaries of MPs being cut? Thank you.
Saba Saba. Thanks, Six. I think, Senator, there was a lady who had been trying to put a question through. Hannah, are you ready to give your whatever? And I can see Mariam also has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, Afrocentric and Chege. I think you couldn't hear me, so I had to drop out and come back. Thank you, Afro. Senator, thank you for a very informative and lengthy description and discussion on matters that you were asked. But in regards to the last question, if I may start there, but I wanted to talk about something else. There is no safeguarding the evidence. I don't think would do anything much if we are not giving any incentives to the whistleblowers. That's number one. Number two, whistleblower protection. If the whistleblowers are not protected, then you would not have many people who have any reason to come forward with this. So I don't know why that up to now there is actually in the law, there is no provisions for the whistleblower. There is no protection for those whistleblowers. Because if there was, believe you me, we would have more whistleblowers and maybe things would not get as ugly as they have. Now, that said and done, there was the petition that you said send it to you or bring it to you. That petition has already been brought to the House. And I'm sorry, Kenyans, but I don't know. Why do we have proportion representation if those women rep are not actually working on matters to do with women, matters that affect women? They're there and they're supposed to be at the center of legislations making that affect directly or indirectly affecting women. So for me, I think that also is a failure. I don't know how other women in Kenya feel, but I think it's a man's world out there. Yes, the government have tried. They've put they've said women representation, a proportion representation. They've allocated some seats for us. This was actually Western propagated, but is it still delivering for women? I do not think so. If this bill is there with the woman Senate and it's still not being touched, there's a lot of decisions and there are a lot of policies surrounding women's right that the government, people who are representing women are actually not on most of those caucuses. And if they're there, they're actually overpowered by the men in those caucuses. So I don't know how our representation in this houses where the legislations are made is helping us, because you would see some caucus are more men than women, and these are decisions that are being made that affect women directly or indirectly more than the men, and women are not there despite the allocation of seats for women. So back to you, Senator. Thank you very much.
Mariam?
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot. Good morning, Afrocentric. Now, I had two questions. One of them was when it comes to the county budgets, kindly, Senator, how much of it is allocated to salaries? That is, I would want to know how much of it is allocated to the wages and operational issues. And then the second question I had was around procurement. You know, when we're talking about corruption, we talk about it very vaguely, but we don't pinpoint where the money is lost when we say corruption. I think most of the money is usually lost in procurement. So do they use County Procurement Act or do they use a National Procurement Act? And I really hope he could answer me directly so that I can give a follow-up question. And the next thing I wanted to ask him is how can he streamline the...
Procurement is done by the national legislation. There's no county legislation for procurement.
Or the act itself?
Yeah.
So is it possible for us to have it on a county level? Because, for example, when I'm looking at your portal right now, I'm not able to access your tender documents because they're restricted. And we know that the counties lose a lot of money in, of course, wages and in the procurement. And how they lose it in the procurement is in the inflated bills because of the kickbacks and all that. And we know why people do kickbacks. So is it possible to streamline the Procurement Act on the county level? And number two, is it possible to have your budget uploaded on a portal that is open to everyone, and then all the tenders that are won to be put on the portal, actually the three top tenders, so that they can be open to public scrutiny, so that if there's anything that has been inflated, people can actually challenge it and they can be withdrawn from that tender process? Is it possible to do that? I think that's really one way of streamlining the corruption issue on a county level. So my first question to you was, what percentage of your budget goes to the wage? Can you answer me now, please, so that I can ask a follow-up question?
On the wage bill should not be more than 35% of the entire budget. And development expenditure.
I'm sorry. No, I've asked you a very specific question because I know that only 11 counties are able to adhere to the 35% threshold that has been recommended, and your county is not among them. So what percentage of your...
Just wait for him to finish.
No, he already said it was supposed to be, Chege. He said it was supposed to be, but I've asked him how much is it. He said it's supposed to be 35%.
Yeah, no, I think I've gotten her question. My account is not among them. I think my account is in the 40s, about 48%, but you don't have the latest audit, because the audits that you have seen from the control of budget is a 2021 audit. That's the one I've been able to scrutinize. I'm currently scrutinizing the budgets from 2022, the 2022, 2023, 2024 budgets, because even the reports from the country, from the Auditor General, are not so clear. So I've had to retain the services of a private firm, which I've paid 2 million shillings from my various allowances to be able to do a forensic audit on those books of what you have been able to get, including what you have been able to get illegally under the table from the Treasury and from wherever. Even from the county, some officials have given us some documents. So we're subjecting them to a public audit. And that's why I was telling you that in that public audit, we are having a problem with about 2.3 billion, where it had gone. And right now, we have not reached to audit the current state of affairs in the county assembly, because when the employment, the county board is also opaque. You don't know who is employed, you don't know who is not employed. It's very difficult to know what has happened there. So among the documents we require to be given to us are also documents from the county, the board, the county public board. And so I think it's a question I might not be able to pinpoint, but the fact is that the Busia County is established. But also there's another problem that the counties are facing, that where people are looking at counties as employment bureaus. And I'll play the advocate devil and say that most governors are terribly under fire for employment. And these are politicians who go and look for votes and make all these funny promissory things. And I think that was a mistake, because when you remember, what could cure that? Could be to centralize some of these employment opportunities so that they're done by the Public Service Commission. I don't know. Could be a wrong proposal, but there's a problem in employment across the country. And given the failure to have industries to industrialize this country, then government remains as the single largest source of jobs. So everybody's looking at the jobs. Counties are not proactive in creating an environment for investors to come and invest and create jobs. There are very, very many opportunities, even in Busia, for this kind of things. But you'll find that they are not tapped. And so what remains is that the county governments have to employ. Another thing with the percentages, if I look at in real terms, I think Busia in real terms is performing under 35% of the revenue, because a lot of revenue is being lost. On-source revenue is being lost. There's no way that Busia County Council, before the constitution came in, was aggregating something up to 800 million shillings annually in collections. The county government came in, the figure continued diminishing. We are now doing about 100 million a year, 100 to 200 million a year. If you compare to the Kenya Revenue Authority was almost at par with the county council, is doing about 1.5 B in terms of revenues. So it's not acceptable that the money raised from the ground is being stolen on the revenue side, not necessarily on the expenditure side. So we lose the fight against the so-called theft of public resources, which we mischaracterize as corruption, when we only look at the expenditure side of things. On the revenue side of things, a lot of money is stolen. Money is collected, it never gets to the county coffers. There's a very clear law that the county government should not have accounts in commercial banks. I think Busia has got more than 20 accounts in commercial banks and things like those. So, and these are the accounts that are used to launder money. So to me, I think that in real terms of revenue, the revenue of Busia County, we are performing at around 20% in terms of employment. Because if you look at the figures of the county government, the county council, the local authorities, compared to the figures of the devolved county governments, it's not acceptable that the county government should be collecting less than those local authorities, which had less business, the tickets were cheaper, the opportunities were less. If you look at even the growth of the towns, it should be collecting over 1 billion shillings. Busia County should be collecting over 1 billion shillings. Even the estimations from the government, the control of budget and the others, show that the Busia should be collecting over 1 billion shillings. And I believe they collect over 1 billion shillings. But this money never gets to the coffers of the county. So that's where we are. On the issue of the airstrip plant, as I told you that the maps in Kakamega, I think they're totally doctored. I don't know. I'm not a land surveyor or whatever. I don't know why the maps are different. I had to go to the survey of Kenya to get the maps that could show that Busia had an airstrip. There are very many things, even things of design. Somebody decided to come and put a prison in Corinda, right inside town. Why do you have a prison in town? It is sitting on about 50 acres of land. Why should a prison sit on 50 acres of land inside town? And this is a town that's a border town that cannot grow towards Uganda. It can only grow backwards into Kenya. So why should you have a prison chewing up 50 acres of land in the CBD? The prison needs to also be relocated to somewhere else where it can be of use. And then the land be released to enterprise. So the case I have against the Busia airstrip, it covers, as I told you, I did a research beginning in 1952. The question was that Parliament had validated the ownership of the airstrip land by the grabbers and had even started a process of compensating them for the same land. If the Kenya government wanted to use the land as an airstrip, they should compensate these people. There's a report of Parliament, there's a committee of Parliament that sat and made that resolution. So to overcome that, and these things were brought to Parliament, to court, to show that this was it, I had to go back and look at the records outside government records. And I was able to reconstruct a very, very clear narrative that showed that Busia did not just have one airstrip in Busia town, it had an airstrip in Funyula, it had an airstrip in Atamukura in Teso, which have all been grabbed. So out of that, I was able to get that when Alupe Hospital was made a regional center for diseases covering East and Central Africa as a center of excellence for diseases, there was need for that airstrip there. And the local people donated the land. They were not even paid for the land. It was not a compulsory acquired. They donated the land. They were only paid for cassava. What they were paying 1 cent per cassava stem. And that's how they ceded the land to the colonial government, and an airstrip was established, which was serving these people. When an aircraft crashed in the, is it 2013? Is it 2013? No, 2003. When an aircraft crashed in 2003, I think it was 2003. That's when machinations came up and people began saying that the airstrip was not viable, what have you. And people grabbed that land, and they were in the, then they condemned the land, facilitated the grabbers to take over, and then they moved on land which was available, which had been set aside for Busia Sugar Factory. 83, it was 843 acres of land. They looked at that land, they went and grabbed that land, then they condemned the airstrip, and they went to Kenya Airports Authority, to the Kenya Airports Authority, and struck a deal to have the land, the airport authority, buy the Nasawa land, the Busia Sugar Factory land, the 843 acres of land from them, so that they could relocate the airstrip from the Busia town to the new land they grabbed, and they are going to get 1.2 billion shillings in that transaction. So when I intervened and blocked that transaction, and I was able to recover the 843 acres of land and restored it, I even won the court case in the High Court, in the Court of Appeal. I went and processed the title deed, and I called the county commission and handed over the title deed for that land in the name of the PS Finance. I did not do it in the name of Busia County government because I knew the county government would still mess up with that land. They had no capacity to invest in 843 acres. So I registered in the name of the national government. I gave the title deed back to the national government. Then I went back and I began fighting to recover the airstrip land. And that's where the war is right now. And I've been able to establish the acreage of the airstrip from the maps I got from the Survey of Kenya. And now all those title deeds are lined up for being quashed. Initially, the Attorney General did not support the case, but now the Attorney General has filed an affidavit in that case, that is even beyond what I had filed, showing how that land is public land, with the treaties between the Kenya government, between the colonial government and the local chiefs and what have you around there. I didn't have that good documentation. Because the documentation I had was from the ordinary narrative. So the AG has done an excellent job. I don't know if it's the changes in the office of the OG, I don't know. But I've filed an affidavit that has now basically where I sit. I can say that there's no way that land can remain in private hands, because the record clearly shows it's public land and it's 30 acres of land. Now the question is, can that land still be used for an airstrip? And my position is that it may not be viable for an airstrip because around it, because it was neglected, private developers with legitimate lands have since put up buildings, story buildings. Also, it is right on the border. The aircraft has to overfly Ugandan airspace sometimes before it can get to the height it needs to fly. Also, it has to go to Ugandan airspace when it wants to land before it can land. So we may need to look for alternative land in Busia, and the Busia has a lot of land where the airport can, and I think Busia needs an airport, not an airstrip, because it can cover eastern Uganda, it can cover Uganda, eastern Congo, and the Sudan. You can have an international airport there, which will bring in a lot of revenues from these countries. Instead of talking about an airstrip, you have an airport and this land is available. But then if I succeed in my case, and I hope I'll succeed, and the land is recovered and restored to the county government, the 30 acres that the airstrip sits on should be converted to should be used to replan Busia town. Busia town has got no plan. It just grew like a mushroom. Should be used to replan Busia town so that you can know what is the industrial area, what is the shopping area, what is what and what. And then maybe the people within the Busia town be given models, the owners of land, and be told, well, you're given about 5 years to upgrade your buildings to this kind of structure, or you lose ownership. So all those things need to be done. It's not a walk in the park, but it's not impossible. It may just take a bit longer. I don't believe that anything that's against the law can be impossible to do. It may just take a bit longer. As long as the law allows it, nothing is impossible. But it may not be a walk in the park. So that's where we are. And I think the other thing is salaries of MPs. Salaries of MPs is something I've engaged with for quite some time. In 2008, the MPs the first thing the MPs around that time, the MPs just hiked their salaries. And I went and looked at the Constitution. I think it was section 41 of the old Constitution. And when I read it, I did not find that it really allowed people to pay themselves. And then I went and looked at the act. There was an act called the National Assembly Remuneration Act of 1978, which was moved by the late President Mwai Kibaki when he was the minister. He then moved the motion, and that's the law that allowed MPs from 1978 to begin paying themselves or setting their salaries and packs. So, Nation, I wrote an article in the Nation, and then Nation TV. No, it was a Nation. Yeah, it was Nation TV. Yeah, NTV hosted me with the then MP Mudama on the issue. And as I was discussing, I said that I had come, I looked at the law and I had seen this, and I'm preparing a petition to Parliament to repeal the National Assembly Remuneration Act of 1978, so that the MPs can, like everybody else, be paid by an independent body. Now, after the interview, I traveled to Busia by overnight bus. In the morning, I got a call from a number I did not know. The person introduced himself as Kibe Mungai, advocate. Kibe Mungai told me, I have watched you on TV and you have checked the laws you are referring to, and I'm surprised that this thing is there. Nobody has seen it. What I want to do is and then you have said you want to go to Parliament. He said, if you go to Parliament, you'll achieve nothing, because that's where the problem is. I want us to go to court and file a case to have that law declared unconstitutional. So that was my first encounter with litigation. So I gave my name, Kibe Mugai drew the pleadings. We went to court. It did not move very fast. It was all this and that and the other. Eventually, we succeeded. That time the constitution had come in place and stuff. We succeeded, and the court declared the National Assembly Remuneration Act of 1978 unconstitutional, null and void, and deleted it from the laws of Kenya. That's how the mandate to pay MPs went back to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, now that the constitution had been there. But then there's been another problem that they've been claiming that the Parliamentary Service Commission should have a free hand in terms of the perks and what have you of the MPs and not the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. But my reading of it is that the Salaries and Remuneration Commission should have a free hand to set the salaries of all state officers and to direct and or guide the government on the salaries of other public officers. In fact, for state officers, it is to set their salaries. It's for other public officers that it performs an advisory role. But for state officers, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission should set salaries of state officers. MPs are state officers. The issue of the housing allowance, the MPs voted themselves. I went and litigated, and I was able to recover money from each MP. And the last time when MPs went for elections, most of them were broke because money was being recovered from their accounts out of a litigation I did and won to say that you cannot pay yourself. So that's housing, whatever was taken back. Now the Salaries and Remuneration Commission is in charge of setting salaries of state officers and advising on salaries of public officers. My argument has always been this: the salaries of the president and the salary of the sweeper, there must be a formula connecting the two. And maybe one should not be more than 10 times the other one. Right now is n times. And if we did that we tied the salaries of the public, we made them interrelated. So the salary of the lowest paid public officer and the salary of the highest paid public officer, there's a correlation and maybe there's a formula determining those salaries. We'll get away from this issue whereby some people are paid astronomical salaries and other perks, and some people hardly get anything to do. And tied to that, we must also get to a position whereby public institutions get away from the tender mechanisms in labor, should not be allowed to subcontract for labor. Look at the security guards working for main government institutions. They issue a tender. Somebody has gotten some very poor and desperate Kenyans, trained them how to march, put them in a kraal of some house, some sort, holds them like cattle, goes and gets a tender with NSSF. NSSF pays maybe 25,000 shillings per security guard to this company. This company goes and pays 10,000 shillings to this person, no benefits, nothing else. This person lives in squalor, but he's exploited, he's under slavery. We might need to reach to a point whereby we say that the government cannot subcontract for labor. If you want to hire security guards, government and agencies, hire these people and pay them those wages we are paying the private contractors, and give them benefits that are contractual, so that when they, at the end of their pay, they know that they have something to take home, they know they have something like this. Not the government itself facilitating the exploitation and abuse of its labor resource. Just because there's something called tenders. Everybody's tendering. The government is supplying. It's just crazy. Even the Ministry of Works today, I don't know if they even own a single earth mover. Where is the time where the Ministry of Works constructed roads on the cheap? What happened? We look at billions of shillings spent on roads. I wonder just why can't the ministry do it? And then we are contracting China Road and Bridges, which is a government parastatal in China. Your government is contracting a parastatal from another country to come and do roads. What the hell is wrong with us? Today, if a disaster happened and a building collapsed in Nairobi, the only Republican institution we have left is the military. It's the only one that might come with heavy equipment. Otherwise, all the equipment that will come on site will be hired from the private sector. Is that how we're going to run a country? We cannot surrender the country to market forces. That's where the problem is. So the salaries of the MPs can also not be surrendered to market forces. If you want to become an MP, you must know you are going to serve. It's a republic. It's the Republic of Kenya. The name Republic of Kenya is not decorative. It's not a decorative part of the name of this country. It means we are a government of law. We are a space governed by law. And people have rights under the law. So if you are going to be public officials, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission should do the honorable thing of showing us the correlation between salaries of people. Right now, you look at the salary of the president and the salary of a clerk and the PAC. There's no correlation. Absolutely none. So those are the kind of things we need to look at. As for the question of whether or not the Parliamentary Service Commission can override the Salaries and Remuneration Commission in terms of allowances and other parts of MPs. We fought in the High Court. I succeeded. We are now in the Court of Appeal. Me and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission on one side, the Parliamentary Service Commission, and I think the AG and others on the other side, with the Parliament and the Senate on the other side. When the matter came up before the bench in the Court of Appeal, one of the judges asked me a very direct question. Omutata, when you came to this court, you are not a senator. You are not an MP. Today you are an MP. Has your position changed? And I told the judge it has not changed. My position remains the same, that under no circumstances should any group of individuals be able to determine their salaries and allowances. That's the position. The matter is in the Court of Appeal. We are slugging it out. I hope we succeed, and maybe we escalate to the Supreme Court, because we are interpreting, I think it's Article 172. No, 127, 172. I'm a bit confused on the Parliamentary Service Commission. But so be it. So I think that one, there's no justification for the kind of salaries we're getting compared to what everybody else is getting from the public service. We must create a relationship. Going to public office, you don't go to public office to get rich. You should go to public office to serve. And maybe if we do that, we shall restore the honor of the Parliament of Kenya to what it was when the likes of Tom Mboya, Masinda Muliro, Martin Shikuku, Ronald Ngala, J.M. Karaoke, Seronei, and many others, Chelagat, and many, many others were elected to represent people. And they were not Weshimiwas, but they were Wajumbe. They used to be called Wajumbe. I don't know where the word Weshimiwa came from. When I was growing up, MPs were called Wajumbe. Mujumbe wa Busia, North. Mine was called Mujumbe wa Amagoro constituency. Initially, it was Busia, North, they became Amagoro. So that's the kind of things we have. Mujumbe wa Bunyala, Mujumbe wa Samia, Mujumbe wa wherever, Embakasi. Not Mweshimiwa, and Mweshimiwa Mweshimiwa pali popote, Mweshimiwa to be of himself. You see, even the adjective is tied to the individual. The Mweshimiwa is a title that ties to you. Mujumbe reminds you of your work. because wewe ni mjumbe wa fulani, wewe si mheshimiwa wa Busia. Hakuna mheshimiwa wa Busia, hakuna mheshimiwa wa Kariobangi, hakuna mheshimiwa wa Kikuyu. Ni mjumbe, ni mheshimiwa kivyake. You see this mindset. But also among the people of Kenya, we have got a problem. The other time I was involved in an accident and it was highlighted in the media, and people realized I was in a small vehicle. I always drive small vehicles because I find them cheap to fuel. And me, I don't believe that I'm defined by what I own. I'm defined by my character, not by what I own. So I was condemned that how come a senator is driving a small Nissan? How come? There was even a drive to buy my vehicle. I don't know where that money went. There was a drive to buy my vehicle. A vehicle worth some 6 or 7, 8 million shillings, which I said, well, if you buy me, I'll take it. I'll keep it. I'll use it whenever I can fuel it. Money was, I told at one time, it reached 2 million shillings. I don't know where the money ended up. But look at that problem whereby you don't condemn the reckless road driver who was driving a petrol tanker full of fuel and nearly deleted me from this world. If he had just hit me a few inches to the side of my driver, I would not be talking today. Instead of condemning that driver who was a reckless driver and a vehicle was unfit, petrol tanker, I'm being condemned for running a small vehicle. But the reality is, even if I was driving the latest V8 or whatever, I don't know these big vehicles, what they're called. I don't know their names. Even if I had the latest car, can you stand up to a petrol tanker? You can't. So road safety cannot be reduced to the kind of vehicle you drive. The road must be safe for everybody. The road must be safe for pedestrians. The roads must be built for pedestrians and cyclists. This culture where we build roads only for people who drive, and yet everybody pays taxes, must stop. People walking on foot should have roads. People riding bicycles should have roads. The very many accidents we're having sometimes today is because we have got no roads for cyclists, and we have got no roads for separate roads for pedestrians. All roads are built for motor vehicles. So those are why we come to, and these are done when the society expects people to consume big, to live large, then people are saying, mimi kama senator sahi, mimi sio Omutata wa jana activist, mimi ni senator. Kwa hivyo hata nikitaka kupanda lift lazima ningoje clerk akuja abofye lift ikuja ndio mimi nipande hiyo lift. You see, so we cannot allow that. So let us also have a society that looks at it and realizes that these tools that we have, the watches, vehicles, belts, and these are just trinkets. And these are the same things that were used by the chiefs of the old to sell Africans into slavery. They were given trinkets and they sold each other to slavery. Today, corruption has become the new method whereby people taking trinkets and they sell others to slavery. They make the homeland unhospitable. That's why there was one late, there's a Nigerian guy who used to live here, was in civil society. He used to say that that in the early days, Africans were forced into slavery. But today, if a big ship came to Mombasa with a brand, slavery is required in Europe or in the USA, the scramble will be unbelievable. There will be no space on that ship for people scrambling to get to the USA, to get to the EU, to be slaves there, because the motherland is totally messed up. We must get our country back. And you people who have risen up, the Gen Z, are the people to get this country back. We must get a developmental state working. A state that develops the human resource, develops proper infrastructure, develops proper industry, so that this country can take off. And that can be done in a period of 5 years, given the kind of money, the amount of money we lost in this country. So the next thing we have is the whistleblower protection. On whistleblower protection, yes, there's a lot to it, but you see, we are approaching whistleblower protection without realizing our own limitations. A country like the USA, where this concept of whistleblower protection came from, is an entire continent. The USA is just virtually a continent. So maybe like from Nairobi to Lagos, you are still in the USA. It is so huge. And so it is easy to protect people, and among the tools they do is even change identity, relocate people from one state to another, and make people disappear, but still they continue their lives. In Kenya, our options are very, very limited. We are a very, very small space. So those who, the law on whistleblower protection, which I think we have, we need to be relooked at, and we look at what realities are there that you can protect our whistleblowers. And maybe some levels of whistleblowing might require removing somebody from this municipality to a different country, from this jurisdiction to another jurisdiction, and changing their identity so that they can have a new life there. So all those kind of things need to be considered. Otherwise, the idea of saying safe houses, what have you, to me is just arrant nonsense. If the thugs want to get you, they will even get you in that safe house. So they need a slightly more elaborate legal and policy framework to protect whistleblowers. But I also think that the whistleblower should be so considered where people release information to private individuals and tell them, hey, do you know that the last elections, the last recruitment, like just the other day, somebody came to me. I was in Kisumu, and somebody says, I've been wondering how to get you. And he walks to me with a pile of paper, and he tells me, look, if you go to this called the Kenya Investment Authority, they have cancelled recruitment of the CEO 4 times. This is the 5th time they are going to recruitment. But now they've bitten the bullet by they've decided to bite the bullet and say now they've lowered the qualifications that are required to make you the CEO of the Kenya Investment Authority. And I've removed these requirements, and there's somebody in mind whom they want to make who has failed ever through. But now even this time he had failed. And they've had to amend they've had to recall the shortlist, remove people who are qualified in the shortlist, and put these people on the shortlist. And please see what you can do. Now, he gave me the documentation showing everything that has happened. But because of the court order that I cannot use these documents in court, all I could do was to put a letter to write a letter to the chairman of the last week. I wrote a letter to the chairman of the Kenya Investment Authority, telling him I've got this information. What they are doing is wrong. They should recruit according to the law, or we shall have to fight over that. But my hands have such a good information that I would go to court and get orders immediately, but my hands are tied. The fact that they will tell me, the Supreme Court said you must acquire documents in such a formula. The idea that somebody gave you documents on the street, those are the documents that were legitimately acquired, you can't use them. But that's the truth. So I had to write a letter, and I wrote the letter and served them. I also copied the letter to the president. I copied the letter to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and stuff. I don't know what actions they'll take. So this is the kind of country we live in. And so the whistleblower is operating in a very, very toxic environment, and sometimes a fruitless environment. And we've got whistleblowers who have died. The guy who blew the whistle on the Golden Bag was killed. So we really need to know how to deal with this issue.
Senator Omutata, I wanted to give the chance to Professor Kibwana to say something. He's about to leave. We have more questions for you. So I just wanted to chime in at this moment, Governor Kibwana, and we'll come back to you, sir. Is that okay?
Okay. That's okay. Quite in order.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I've sacrificed my mass today to be here. I'll go for mass. I'll go for mass in the evening.
Thank you so much, sir. And we still need you. We need all this knowledge that you're sharing with us. It's really impactful for us, educative for us. Governor
Kibwana is one fellow who demonstrated that devolution can work. Before he speaks,
yeah,
That's one man who, when he was a governor of Makueni, he demonstrated that devolution can work. So thank you, and I would be very willing to listen to the good professor.
Professor, the microphone is yours. Karibu kwenye space.
Asante sana, Afrocentric. I have really also postponed my going to Mass, but I am going soon to listen to this very critical conversation, and particularly about these reflections on Saba Saba Day. And let me first of all congratulate you for this space because we are learning a lot, we are dialoguing, and Gen Zs are really showing us the way forward in terms of how our country can be reformed, reimagined for the immediate future. And I want to really say, listening to all of you and Omutata, in terms of the knowledge that he has of law, of how he gets information, data, so that even when it's not always easy, so that he can get certain things done, it's extremely commendable. And at Senate, Omutata, Sifuna, they really encourage us in terms of how parliamentary business can be done. So congratulations, Okiya, Heko. I am also your fan. Now, in terms of the Saba Sabas, the history of the Saba Sabas, of course, we know, first of all, there was Mau Mau for the first liberation, and we know how they really wanted colonialism ended, and they wanted proper decolonization. And they were young people, some of them just like the Gen Zs. Because even Kimathi was not 40 by the time the British people hanged him and so on. So that is really like the reference point of how we have tried to get away from this colonial system, colonial institutions, colonial economic arrangements, and all that. Then we had the first Saba Saba 1990, when Jaramogi, Matiba, Rubia, and others, including the Young Turks initially, were pushing for the dissolution of the 21 years of one-partyism from 1969 when KPU was annulled. And that was driven more, that Saba Saba, the first Saba Saba, was driven more by the political opposition then. And of course, we know the bloodshed that resulted as an article by Houghton Irungu, as shown as recently. Then we had 7 years later, 1997, we had another very epical Saba Saba, where the National Convention Assembly, the National Executive Council, where I participated a bit in, was trying to say, yes, we got the first liberation, it's not kind of working, it was subverted. Now we want Katiba. And so there was, again, a lot of, bloodshed and many negative things. You remember what happened to Njoya and so on. And again, we were really saying that we want a reset of the country. And that is why I'm very excited about now the life and times of the Gen Z movement, because they are ushering in the third Saba Saba of 2024, which is about 24 years, I think several years after the 1997 Saba Saba. So in a way, this is the third epical Saba Saba, and we really need to appreciate these young people who have come out. And what is very important for me is they are actually living the change they want. Like when they say they don't want to be tribeless, they want leadership of people together, not just hoisting one person and saying that is the leader, we will look up to him or her, and we will do what they tell us. So you can see that they're changing the political narrative, the political culture, even in terms of when you do wrong things, they call you out. and so that is exciting because they are, like Mahatma Gandhi said, they're actually living the change they want. And I hope that continues, and I hope that changes even the character, in a deep way, of these young people who want to see different in Kenya and in Africa. I think we need to tell them that as they continue the civic education, as they broaden this through technology, through online forms like what Afrocentric is doing, we need to warn them that, like in Mau Mau was overtaken by politicians. Even NCC was overtaken by politicians during IPPG. So I think the Gen Zs need to know that even when some of the, not Omutata, but some of the opposition are beginning to say, yeah, these young people are doing very well, and going to some of the funerals and so on, they have to know that they have to be very protective of this new thing that they are creating. And I think for me, that will be very, very important, because it's easy to capture a movement that wants reimagining Kenya, looking at these institutions, looking at the laws, the policies, they all works, so that we have something that can take us forward in a real way. Let me very quickly just say one point about the recall of both MPs as well as MCS, because the law is more or less the same. I think the case, the Katiba case, that was referred to by both Omutata and also a colleague in the space. There are some important things it did, because before a recall, the parliamentarians had made sure that there was to be a judgment of the High Court, which said that you can be recalled, that the reasons for recall, according to the Constitution, and also some that they put in the election law itself, could exist. And the Kanyik, Kemondo, and other courts and other judges, they said that it was not necessary to have that judgment of the court to validate a recall. They also said that even if you were in an election, you can still petition for a recall, because before the law had said that if you were a contestant, you couldn't do so. And there was even another onerous thing of 50% of the total number of voters to be able to support the recall even before the election itself, and that was struck down. But of course, the 2-year thing and the 12 months before the elections, I think since, and I think this has been said in this forum, since now 2 months are going to end in August, I think those who are preparing for recalls don't have that impediment, so to speak. And I think that is something that must be clarified, so that people who want to do impeachments because some of the MPs are not behaving properly, will know that they can do that within the ambit of the law. Of course, if we had moved to say that because of not passing the gender principle or gender rule, Omutata calls it gender principle, because of not passing that, Parliament can stand, the National Assembly can stand dissolved. Actually, Parliament can stand dissolved. That is still something that people can work on, because it's still a live issue, because up to now, Parliament has not passed, this gender principle, so that within the Constitution, as we go to any elections, it is something that now works. So that is also another issue that can be used to actually tell Parliament that now, because you have not passed this, we want to ask that you go home. And I think that's important, because this less than one third, so that there's 2/3. Nobody can have 2/3. No gender can have 2/3 in the parliament, in the county assemblies, and so on. The county assemblies are okay. I think that's an important thing to do. I think when we come to the emoluments, and Omutata has described that very well. You see the salary itself. If it's 1 million for MP or slightly less, you have to look at the sitting allowances. You have to look at the travel allowances when people are going for benchmarking and all that. And you might discover in certain instances people get even more through those allowances and so on. And therefore, that is why it is really important to go to both the CRC as well as the Parliamentary Commission and say that these salaries, like that formula Omutata was saying, must be realistic, and the salaries of all public servants must be realistic. And all these allowances, like people going to Tanzania when they are from just a nearby county, because the per diem rate is high, and even those per diem rates to be reviewed.
I think his connection.
Yeah. Governor, I think we have lost you there.
Maybe he has also started receiving phone calls. Ameguza per DM.
Yeah, through the host, while still on that discussion, can I say something real quick?
Yes, as he comes back.
Yeah. So what was informed by Senator Omutata is that the returning officers, the ones that are in the constituents, can actually call for a for an election, right? But then per Dr. Kivuta Kibwana, it sounds like we can also call a referendum. Maybe I'm the one who did not understand it. So do we go the election way, or do we go referendum way? And if we go to referendum way, is it Mwananchi that calls it, or is it still the same returning officers? Thank you.
I don't know whether, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Crystal, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was saying that even in terms of the recall, whatever now, the judgment said, with some of those positive things that it had, but also still staying within the 2 years and not the last 12 months. I'm saying that because the 2 years are now over, and I think that was even said by Omutata, because they are over, it means that people can institute recall initiatives. But I also was trying to argue that Parliament was actually told that it could be dissolved because it had refused to pass the gender principle, the gender rule. And that is something that is still live, and it is something that people can proceed on and say, we will like to actually, we want all of Parliament to be dissolved because you have not passed what you are supposed to pass, and there are mechanisms from the Supreme Court to the President to dissolve Parliament in those circumstances.
Professor, sorry to cut you short. I hate doing this, but since it's such an emotive issue, and we and the Gen Zs are accused of being rowdy and whatever, how do you do that while still remaining within the Constitution? Are we supposed to go to court and then we are given court dates 3 months away and things like that? How do we do it while still remaining constitutional and not being looking like a riot?
Well, it is actually provided by the Constitution, because what happened was when the Constitution was passed 2010, it had also a schedule detailing which laws had to be, which constitutional amendments, what had to happen according to the Constitution, whether there are some actions required, some laws required. And are
you referring to the schedule where it had dates and
yes, in the schedule.
Yes, okay.
Yes, precisely. precisely. And if you don't do what you are requested to do by the specific time, then you can be censured. And actually, there have been even attempts to get Parliament to pass the gender rule, or Parliament is dissolved. But of course, because ultimately the president has to do it, even when the Supreme Court recommends, the president has to do it, and therefore there have been, up to now, before during President Uhuru Kenyatta, that was never done. But I remember Maraga, Justice Maraga saying that this requires to be done. So it's a question of, again, through activism, through going to court, saying that this is supposed to be done. And of course, one result it can have is to trigger Parliament to be able to restore, to actualize it. So this is not a question which is outside the Constitution. It is a question that is actually squarely within the Constitution. But even for recall purposes, because the 2 years are over August next month, that is maybe a ready pathway to achieve what is necessary. And that is why I think some of the constituencies are already doing spade work to prepare themselves if they are unhappy with the MPs according to the provisions of both the Constitution, the provisions of the Constitution that Omutata was able to document. The argument of the IBC Act, Section 88, Article 88, subsection 4, clearly of the Constitution, clearly says the role of the IBC in terms of the Commission, what it does, directing the elections and referenda and voter registration and referenda, all those things. So, and of course, the situation of it has to eventually declare the results. Yes, according to the minor KI case, the results are at the polling station, and what the Commission does is to aggregate them, and actually most of the spade work of the aggregation is done by the Secretariat, but they according to the law they have to declare not the chair but the Commission in totality, because the Supreme Court says this is not a question of the chair alone. So it may be difficult for the Secretariat to act as if it is both the Secretariat and the rest of the commissioners, and that is why, following Omutata's argument of the creation, and I think this is also Muguna's argument of the creation of a transitional authority, if there is a vacuum, I think one would have to think through carefully, how do you constitute that transitional authority, presumably through Article 1 of the Constitution, and how does that traditional authority create the IBC if the IBC would not have been created? So I think those are areas where there has to be, more thought and more clarity in my view. And even because the president did say that next week he will do the necessary regarding IBC. One of the problems that I've had, and it's also an historical problem, is the political class provides the majority of the panel members of 9. I think they provide 5, if I'm not incorrect. They provide 5, and the other 4 are provided by LSK, the accountants, ISPAC, and the 2 from the religious sector. So you see, these are contestants in the elections, and they want to influence how the referees will be determined. So I think that's one area, although the process as of now has gone very far, But that is one area of contestation, because so long as the political class determines who becomes the commissioners, we will continue to have problems. And that's why we had like some commissioners appearing to be for, in the last elections, to be for one section of the politicians and another section. So that is also something that we require to think through. Maybe another Afrocentric, another issue is, you know, the president said, yes, I freeze the Finance Act because I have heard the voice of the Gen Zs, but I will activate the Appropriation Act because some expenditures are necessary from 1st of July. And the Appropriation Act is basically a summary of the budget. And then the president also proceeded to say that there are certain cuts of the budget of roughly about 177, 178 billion. I think it was better if there is a debate about the cuts, so that the president has done his input. Then there is the input of the Gen Zs, and the citizenry of Kenya in terms of also a continuing public participation, so that that matter is resolved in a way so that people can say, we want more money, you know, to this, to health, to education. We want more money to the things that people believe. So that is still a gray area even before there's a revisit of the Finance Act. One thing that Omutata said is Senate has considered the audit reports of the Auditor General from 2020 to 2021. And therefore 2022-23 have not been considered. And now 2023-24 are ready for consideration. 2021-2022, 2022-2023, those are two, and now the third one, which is of this the last financial year 23-24. And you see, when those are not considered, it means that the
I think Governor, we've lost you again.
we've lost him again.
Professor, akiguza tu pesa.
Oh, okay. And now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can, okay. So I am saying, so long as, Senate has to speed up this process of considering the audit reports from the Auditor General, so that we can immediately, first of all, there's nothing pending, and then the counties get the money, which is equal to that is equal to the most recent collection of our taxes, and that strategy has been used actually to deny counties more and more of the money that they should have. I wanted also to say that, you know, even within the Constitution 2010, it was indicated that all laws in Kenya were going to be reviewed, so that those which are not in consonance to the Constitution are dropped. And that is something that has been overlooked. And I think Omutata was saying, in terms of like having a legal structure that is facilitative of proper governance and this new Kenya that the Gen Zs want. Before that is done, and it hasn't been done, and I think it is deliberate, so that we use a lot of the old law, so to speak, because even sections of the Public Order Act are still, you know, in the law, and sometimes they are misused. We have never gotten in a proper way the provincial administration or the national administration and the county administration to be in sync, to work in sync. So that is still an issue. And maybe finally, in terms of what was asked about the procurement law, when I had the privilege of serving in Makueni, we decided that we could have open contracting so that every information about procurement is online, it is permanent, who you know, even the people who are sitting in a committee, the marks that they are giving, the entire works, so that if anybody does wrong, it is apparent. People can question, you know, and all that kind of stuff, so that it is not an impossible thing to do. Because if you have no interest in terms of getting monies from a county, from the national level, then you shouldn't worry that kind of transparency. And it worked very well, because we even now, you know, saved monies because there was real competition. People believed that they could get tenders without bribing and all that kind of stuff. And we were able to use the money to even build things with little money, until when people came to the county, they would say it isn't possible, but it was because of that. So I think that's something to consider, because even in terms of the ESCC, which is the body for making sure that there isn't, you know, corruption and all that kind of stuff, the commissioners themselves don't do most of the work. Most of the work is done by the Secretariat. Particularly the CEO is actually the engine of moving ASCC forward. And so until even the commission can have more, of course, after the CEO, as you know, the investigations and all that kind of stuff have been done, and of course they don't have, you know, budget. They try their level best. They don't have a lot of budget. They don't have a lot of employees. They are also constrained. But I think the law there needs to be looked at, and indeed, even to have a prosecutorial role. I remembered, I don't know whether this has been resolved. There was an attempt to have an East African convention on corruption, but I think Uganda and Tanzania and some other countries were saying that Kenya must ensure that its anti-corruption authority has prosecutorial powers, because if that doesn't happen, then the convention will not come into being. But I don't know whether that has been resolved. And of course, ESCC, I think, gives a lot of information about even people who shouldn't vie for positions because of their political or whatever. And the IBC did not disqualify those people. We used to do as public servants. Public servants do wealth declarations every year, and even when they do that, it is secret, and there's no reason why it should be secret. And even this idea of the lifestyle audit, this is an idea which has been mooted for a long time, and it doesn't see light of day. There are things that you do which make it harder, you know, for people, you know, to, like, you declare wealth, it is public, as you ask for positions, and if you can't explain, you are told you can't be, you know, you can't be a leader, you can't continue. But otherwise, you know, it is my wish that this remembrance will continue to really. Saba Saba is, how do we fundamentally change our country so that these Gen Zs and the Alphas and the others to come find a country that works, where the Constitution is implemented. Because if actually we did implement the Constitution, a lot of things that people are saying are going south would not be doing so. But let me again, thank you very much. This remembrance is very critical, and what we will do together in our country, because even these politicians, I think we have to talk to them, so that they appreciate that it is not business as usual, and we together, change our country for the better. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Governor. I think there are some panelists who want to ask you questions before you head to Mass. I will open the floor for that. Guys, let's keep it down to at least 1 or 2 questions. Atmosphere, I'll let you shoot first.
Sorry, Afro, maybe before they start asking, Governor Professor Kivuda, how much time do we have with you and Senator Omutata? Because I know we are learning a lot from you. Tunapigwa sana huku kwa DMs. Tunaambiwa inakuwa monologue, but I think it was important for us to at least hear the rot that Okiya Omutata has explained to us. And for me, I would love as much as possible to give people who have questions so that you can answer before you go. And then we really need to open the mic Afrocentric. I think you've said this before. Hii ni sauti ya mwananchi na mwananchi anafaa kusikika. We really thank all the people who are here. I think we still have almost 5,000 people still online. Professor and Okiya.
And I think Professor should, since he indicated they wanted to leave, we should give Professor the chance.
So how do we have time with you, Okiya? And Professor, how much time do we have with you?
Yeah. Available. So let us give Professor a chance. And it's very important to listen to Professor because he's been around longer than I've been. He's been an exemplary public leader. And he has been a governor. And he's also a professor of law. He's not just a professor of anything else. He's a professor of law. So when we talk about rule of law, he's the guy to guide us.
You're correct. Yeye ni walimu hawa nini what are lawyers called? Mwalimu wa lawyer.
Yeah. So let him go, have the go. And then I'm around, as I said, I'll go for my mass at 5 at the Holy Family Basilica. So
Asante. Professor, how much time do we have with you?
I wanted to go. I want to go away by 1 because my mass is 1:30.
So Afro, over to you. We have 20 minutes with Prof.
All right, guys, be patient with us as we're going to iterate through to every speaker who is requesting. Please bear with us. Consult the Jumbotron. We have a petition that we're asking everyone on this piece, please, to sign. Append just your first name, last name, and email. All right, Atmosphere, mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Afro, for this chance. Good morning, good afternoon from wherever in the world you are. So mine is to ask Professor Daktari Mr. Kibwana. Well, maybe most of the people here don't know you've been around since the Moi era. And this is when Saba Saba people used to go and protest in the streets. And you have an impeccable record in leadership. You've been governor. I was particularly very interested in seeing how you ran Makueni County with people, with the people behind you. Meaning, you had this style of tendering where public participation was in the forefront of everything, and you would actually pay the people who had tendered when everyone from the public is satisfied that the projects were good. And that time was an interesting time because we will see other governors come to benchmark in Makueni, which is a very impeccable record. You are also Minister of Environment during Kibaki's time, and I've been following you for quite some time. So my question is, these current governors, what do you think is the biggest problem? Don't they have proper advice? Are they just greedy, or they don't have plans for their counties? That's the first question. The second question is, the region, the eastern region where we have perennial water problems. And then recently we saw very interesting times when floods were experienced. What will you advise that the people who are currently leaders in that region should do about the water situation? I'm particularly not from that region, but it's something I would like to hear what you think about it. Thank you.
Cedric, am I supposed to answer each question or after a few?
Oh, let me take a couple of more. Let's see, Hannah, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much, Afro. Professor, thank you for joining us. And the senator went on telling us a lot of things that actually only brought to light that this system is not working. If him as a senator cannot get documentation from a governor and he has to go to court and he still cannot get those documents to prove wrongdoings in his area, then you can imagine what a normal person, as a local citizen, and how much tight his hands are. This is further proof that this system is not working. But he's actually told us a lot of things that are not right. Public lands that are taken or are sold illegally to people, and so the place he was talking about was a border city that till the airport is no longer in the hands of the local authority. So him in that kind of position and facing all these issues, court cases, trying to go to court to obtain public information that would to correct the wrongdoings or to prove the wrongdoings. He also mentioned about public participation, that he got documents of tenders that then the court refused for him to use those as evidence. So this proves that this system is not working. It's not the people, it's the system that is allowing the looting, the system that is allowing the corruption, and the barriers that are put for the person who wants to prove the wrongdoings, rather than make it easier for the person who wants to prove the wrongdoings. Coming back to you, Professor, because for a reason I asked him about the whistleblowing. And without the whistleblowers, then we are none the wiser, unless you're in the same system and like Mutata, and you find out things are wrong. But if you're in a public domain, it's really difficult. So what I wanted to ask you is, because you mentioned about protecting the whistleblowers, I think that is, I think you got it mixed with witness protection. So maybe if that whistleblower goes and gives evidence in court, then he goes into witness protection. But as a whistleblower, you are a whistleblower. There has to be a law within any public facility that could give that could actually encourage a good working environment, an environment where somebody could whistleblow without him being known. So could you please, in the laws that we have at the moment, and how we can improve on those whistleblowers, and those whistleblowers do not really have to give to individuals who are within those laws, or within that working framework, they can release this information to investigative journalists when they could do their work, and this can be come to the public domain. So my question really is in regards to that. How can we improve on whistleblowers, and how can the system be fixed? Because there's so much hurdles in it. From everything that Matata has said, it's not working. It's not delivering for him. How is it going to deliver for me? Thank you, Professor.
Let's get a question from Miriam.
Thank you. Asante sana Kivuda for addressing the procurement issue, because I am very concerned with procurement in Kenya, mainly because I do business with government and I know that we supply at 60% above the market rate, which is unacceptable. So I had asked a question earlier, whether it's possible to have county procurement acts to streamline the procurement system. And my other concern is why counties and also the national government, but not so much, but counties, having trouble paying within 90 days of supply. I think that's one of the reasons why people are inflating these supply rates. Yes. So is it possible to have this done on county level? And is it possible for us to also be able to pay within 90 days of supply? I think this will also enable the youth to do the supplies business, because the youth are not able to do it, mainly because it takes up to 2 years or maybe 3 years, sometimes never, to get your payment. So I am interested in the supply area. The second thing I wanted to mention is that I do see the president's frustration when he's busy telling us that, I'm doing this development and this development, I'm working. But the challenge is that the mwananchi is not feeling the effect of whatever he's working on. So when we go to the county level, for example, I have traversed the whole country and I see that the road networks are very good. But it's very embarrassing to drive on a very smooth road and not even meet 2 cars in 1 hour. Like you can drive a whole 50 kilometers without even meeting one single car on those roads. So is our focus on the wrong thing? Because what is the advantage of having a road network in a county where there's no economic activity going on? I don't know why people have to take their maize out of their counties, sugarcane, all that. Why can't counties focus on producing a complete product to the other counties? For example, the counties that are dealing with sugarcane, why can't you produce sugar in that county? When you have maize, why can't you produce flour in that county? I think those are the issues that counties need to focus on. So on the road networks, very good job. But to me, I think that we are not focused on the development programs that directly affect mwananchi. It's something that needs to be challenged, and it's something that needs to be followed up on. On the salary issue, again, my other very major point of concern, we can't have 30-something counties that are paying above the threshold that has been recommended. So how can we challenge that in court? Because as the senators were speaking, they seem to be very sincere when they're talking about the MPs, about the president, but the counties on their own are like a small country. You cannot be talking about the national country paying above the 35% of wage that is recommended, but on the county level you're doing the same thing. As a senator here confessed, they are also on the 40-something%, which is way above what is recommended. So how can we challenge this on a county level? Because I believe that change starts from mashinani. So if the counties can push to have this change in the counties, if the senators can challenge to have this change in the county, then it will be possible to push it on a national level. Yeah, thank you. So those are my 3 concerns, Kivuda, and thank you very much for touching on the procurement. Again, can we do this on a county level? Asante sana. Thanks so much, Afro.
Kimutai, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, please shoot your question.
All right. First of all, thank you, Afro, for giving me an opportunity. And secondly, a lot of my questions and concerns have been answered, so I'll yield a lot of my time back to the host. But there's one particular concern that I have not heard. Over the last 3 weeks, we had a lot of abductions. And the major concern was Safaricom was giving out the location of these individuals. So my question probably to Okiya Omutata is how safe really are our private data, and how can we do what can be done really to protect the privacy and the data of the citizens? Thank you.
Thank you, Kimutai. Nice and short. Eric, you had a question for Governor Kibwana. Eric, can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry?
I'm talking to Eric. I'm trying to get a question out of Eric. Eric, no. Ayo?
Or maybe they can put up their hand.
Okay. Guys, put up your hand. If you don't, I have to bring people up. So if you don't have a question, I'll have to drop you and bring more people. But Governor, you can go ahead and answer the next round of questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. There was a whistle blow up protection bill in Parliament. I don't know whether Omutata will be able to advise us whether it has been concluded, because there was an attempt through that bill to guarantee more protection for whistleblowers, witnesses, and so on. And really, even when such law exists, the question still goes into how do you get still protected when they are powerful people who you may be proceeding against in terms of revealing their corruption, revealing criminality or stuff like that. And that's one of the basic problems with sometimes we have good laws, but the implementation is a major problem, just like we are saying for the Constitution. And we shall remember, even during the ICC times, it was more of civil society, it was more of the international community trying to offer some kind of protection to some of the witnesses, because by then our laws were still deficient in terms of protection of witnesses, of people who, if it's corruption matters, have indicated that there is this issue. And many people actually even get afraid of reporting to ASCC because they believe that even when they are allowed to do so without mentioning their names and all that, they still believe that their identities will be discovered. So I think, just like was stated, that if a senator cannot get some of this information, what about any other Kenyan citizen? So there are issues there. There are issues about how do we get a culture of rule of law, so that when laws are passed, and including the fact that within our Constitution, international law, which has got all these elements of witness protection and all that, is law in Kenya, so that even there can be recourse to using international law, because any law that we, like all the covenants that we have ratified, signed and ratified, all those are law in Kenya, but we still have not developed that culture initiative of being able to use international law itself, which is part of Kenyan law. So I think here we still have to say, even as the laws, like Omutata will tell us about what has happened with whistleblowing law, witness protection law, but even when those laws are there are powerful forces which try to make sure that they don't operate. Of course, in the Constitution, there's the right of information. We are supposed to get information from the state and from all that, and that is why Omutata is still going to court, wanting to get certain information. And this is a critical area of, unless it's really information about, like military things, about some of the military things which you don't easily provide, because of if they will be accessed by enemy, whatever. But most of the information in the public domain, should be able to, a citizen should be able to ask for it, and the law says, sometimes you may have to pay some little money for, if it's those photocopying or whatever it is, or whichever way it's transmitted to you. But getting this information going forward is very critical in terms of the democracy, the new Kenya that we want to create. The salaries, counties which pay more than 35, there's also an historical aspect, because some of the counties like Nairobi, like Mombasa, like Kisumu, under the original council, city council, municipality, whatever, they had employed very many people, and those people were given over to the county government, and they were permanent and pensionable. Even their salaries had been negotiated just before the constitution came into being, and they were actually higher than the salaries of people working at the national level. So there's that historical issue which has not been corrected. And then, of course, there is the truth of people employing because they are, they want to employ people, will campaign for them, vote for them, people from their clans, tribes, and all that kind of stuff. And so there has to be rationalization. And there have been attempts, even at both county level, national level, to look at the wage bill, because if a lot of the money is consumed by wage bill as well as recurrent, the other aspects of recurrent O&M, then it means it's only 30% that is supposed to do development, and that's why a lot of the counties are not showing result from that 30%. 30%, and even at the national level, it's still the same problem. Although we have about 1 million people employed in the public sector, both national and county government, still the money that goes into the salaries and O&M, operation and maintenance, dwarfs what goes into development, and that's something that requires to be looked at as we go forward, because what the Gen Zs are doing must involve like creating how do we want to see the new Kenya? Can there be a manifesto of this is how it will look like? And these issues that we are discussing, and many issues in these spaces with Gen Zs and so on, must come into some like looking at the Vision 2030 and saying, can we have something now more than Vision 2030, which really says how do we get from all these problems we have had since independence to something that now a new vision, and I think that is where a lot of what we are saying should be accommodated, not just the short-term things that we are saying, we want this to happen and this to happen and this to happen. A lot of the debates, like the debates which the Gen Z, some of the Gen Zs had with the president, and there was, of course, some disagreement among the Gen Zs. But apart from those short-term things that need to happen, it is now how do you plot for how the future will look like? Where is that vision? And some of the vision would be like, why can they be value addition to these countries? Because industrialization, when one looks at India, China, all those countries which were supposed to be third world and which have progressed, you have industrialization starting even from home, from these local situations, whether now it is a county in Kenya, and there have been attempts at value addition from the county level, and this is something that without giving many examples because of time, some of what we did in Makueni and so on, and what is happening in many counties, this is something that is very important to do. And even the question about the priorities, is it road network, is it what? It depends on how the public participation is done, especially national public participation, because sometimes the counties people, the location is it's not very huge, and you can have people actually contributing if you wish to get them to get involved. But the national level, sometimes people come like during budget, just to the county headquarters, and that's it. So if there is good public participation, then people will tell you, maybe here we don't need roads. Here, like the question about Eastern region of water, we need water. How do we do water harvesting? There is, for example, a Bishop Masika, where through water harvesting, communities in his area have been able to do agriculture where they export abroad and they do organic agriculture. And it is through just 1 acre, farm pond, water harvesting and all that stuff, Eastern region. They're waiting for the Thwake Dam. If again, the irrigation, was done and it was done properly, not like what happened in Tana River. You can get the water issue and irrigated agriculture to happen if now we focus in the things that people want. So why do some counties appear to do badly? Maybe others do well. Is there a problem of planning, or are people greedy? I think one of the issues that I find very, very problematic is, particularly after the first 5 years, maybe new governors came in some of the counties, and after the 10 years, other new governors came. And a lot of the times, those who succeed don't want to continue the work that has happened before. Because there was maybe competition before, they say that they will debunk what happened and they will do their new thing. So you get ghost issues, projects that are halfway, and all that kind.
Hello, Governor, we have lost you. Guys, can you hear him?
No, we can't.
Yeah. They are fighting.
We lost him.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So that is an issue that needs to be looked at carefully, so that there is that succession and people don't just say we are starting new things, we will not. For example, sometimes they come, they find a budget in operational, which was prepared by the outgoing regime, and then things that already had even been procured, they change that, and you're not supposed to change that in law, because if already somebody had a contract and they were doing a job and then you vary the terms, that is problematic. Why can't county governments pay within 90 days of supply? If they have money, they should. If they have money, they should, because sometimes they don't have money from the national level. Sometimes the money delays 2 months, 3 months, and so there is a problem there. And of course, if governors, if in some situations there are officials who want to be given kickbacks to pay, that also sometimes is an issue. If some governors have done projects outside the budget, like you go somewhere, you're excited, people tell you, we want you to do this for us, and you do a project outside. So when it comes to paying, you have a problem, because control of budget, will be constrained to give you money for something that was not in the budget. But having said that, I think by and large, the devolution has really assisted our country, because there were places where there were not those roads that were being talked about, and health facilities and all that kind of stuff. But there's still work to be done in terms of like making sure that you have those economic blocks. There was a law which Wamalwa was trying to get into parliament, but it did not see light of day. So that those economic blocks of several counties coming together, because we didn't in the constitution get the regional governments, but you need also bigger entities, so that even investors get interested in them and they can do bigger things and all that kind of stuff. And I have to apologize for myself and Omutata, because we have taken a bit of time, but it's sharing, and especially the sharing of Omutata. I thought there were things he said which are not normally in the public domain, and they help us in terms of navigating going forward, and particularly for Gen Zs. And I heard that he said, I'm a professor of law, and he said he knows a lot of law. He can even teach constitutional law. But now listening to one of the questions he was asked, and him saying I'm a professor of law and all that kind of stuff, I thought he was telling me that maybe he would like me one day to be his Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take a couple of more questions from Nduta. Nduta, are you there?
I think we have to let Professor go. Sorry, Duta. Prof, you had requested to leave at 1. Asante sana for being here. We hope that you're going to make it back to the space after mass. Lakini kama unaenda maandamano tunakuelewa 100%. Asante sana.
Prof,
Thank you very much.
Prof, I won't take more than a minute. I'm just going to give me a minute before you go. You have raised a very important issue on projects on completion and the issue of everyone that comes into power changing up the projects, which is a very big issue that needs to be dealt with. That was really a key point. On the 3 executives, the 3 arms of government, I just wanted to ask you, how can we streamline the independence of the 3 arms of government? How can we ensure that they are streamlined to be really independent? Because as the president was speaking, he mentioned that he has sent home. He had a number of judges that he has sent home, and my question was, why is he sending so many? You can beat your chest, around sending so many judges home. Is he sending them home because they're not compliant to just being dependent? That was my big question. Thank you.
I think from the Constitution, thank you for that question. From the Constitution, it is clear that the Constitution is very clear about separation of powers, what the executive will do in terms of executing what has been proposed by the legislature and the judiciary in dispute resolution. So the constitutional framework is clear about what each arm should do, plus the commissions as well, because the commissions are very, very important. They were devised to also check the 3 arms of government because of the imperial presidency that we had to share power. And of course, when they are effective, the commissions, that becomes very, very, very important. So some of what happens is if, for example, the legislature is subordinated because people, for example, CDF is one of the things that is used to control MPs, because if they give tenders for themselves, if they do that kind of stuff, then they are normally told, if you don't vote the way the government wants, we are going to take you to court. And therefore, they become feeble. If people accept that, they can be bribed, they become feeble. So again, it also depends, and this is something that I think Omutata explained a lot. It depends on the kind of quality character of people that are elected and people who are going to know that they what they are supposed to do is very, very critical, and they must follow the law, they must follow the constitution. Same for the judiciary, so that people can't get bribed. And the judiciary, for example, has helped devolution a lot. When the executive was fighting devolution, they helped, a lot in terms of protecting it. But the executive in our country, historically, has believed that it is more than first among equals, and it can override the other arms, other organs, or public organs, and so on. And so there has to be a big mindset. And I think, given that, for example, today you can see the executive, you can see the legislature, you can see, them beginning to listen to the citizens in a more genuine way. I think this is something that requires to be continued so that the citizen is not a bystander. Article 1 is real. And that's why the civic education and the Gen Z movement, these are life-saving things for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor, for your time. I think we're going to release you, let you be on your way. But thank you so much for the knowledge share, and thank you for dialogue.
I think Afro, you have to create a space where governor and other legal minds can come and help us navigate through the legal in any ways. But asante sana, Prof.
Thank you.
Yes. I'd like to pass the microphone to Nasra. Nasra, mic nako karibu.
Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So today, firstly, I'm really grateful to be part of this very, very important conversation on a very, very key milestone for Kenya. So I'll touch on a few things. One, I want to talk about Saba Saba and give not just the importance, but the parallels between the previous Saba Sabas and the current one with, the young people leading. And then second, what I see as an opportunity for us, or focus areas for us to take us the way forward so that we don't lose momentum. And then third, some of the key things I think that have been overlooked that need to be addressed from a citizen's perspective. And then I will touch on the issue around politicians and representatives or leaders or servant leaders in that regard. And then I'll definitely make some comments from what I've heard from the other speakers. So, to kick off really, the Saba Saba, which is essentially the pro-democracy protests, brought away some key takeaways for me. And I think, the parallels are clear, both in the previous ones and the current one. There's political repression, and that's natural because the citizens are trying to rattle the status quo, and those who have benefited are definitely going to be fighting to remain in the comforts of the status quo as it is. So in the past, it was a fight against one-party rules. But now in the present day, Saba Saba, even though we have the multi-party democracy on paper, what we have is a regime that has strategically weakened the other arms of government, like the National Assembly. So even as we journey from one party to multi-party, it's also important for us to realize that these arms of government, these arms that are supposed to be doing their jobs, have to be not only independent, but strong enough to implement their roles. So the more things change, the more they remain the same, in that it's a different dynamic, but it's the same issue, that we need these arms to work for the people. And then another parallel is the government response. So even in the past, there was a violent crackdown, but similarly now we had a similar response. And in as much as the president mentioned that there will be no abduction under his watch, we've not seen any of the killer cops arrested, and that's something of concern, because it's one thing to say something, but it's important to back that with action. And that's something that is a parallel between past and present that we need to strongly push for change. The third is definitely the impact on the political landscape. So, just like in the past, there was a pressure for reforms, and there was international attention that led for us to have a platform to change. I, however, want to emphasize that insofar as the international attention, I think, and you may disagree with me on this, but the international attention, at least from the global North players, was very delayed. And it could have been forthcoming very early on in this conversation, before people died, before people were abducted. And that's something that struck me as problematic, because when we talk about a democracy, it means, irrespective of the divide, whether you're in the global South or the global North, you have to stand by what you claim you're following. In this regard, that was wanting then, and I think it's wanting now. And then in the past, the Saba Sabas were about transitioning to a multi-party democracy. What is starkly different this time is that this Saba Saba is purely a citizen-led democracy, and it's a citizen-led push for accountability. And I think this is a huge win because it means that Kenyans have taken their voice back. Largely, I think we need to applaud the fact that we have a strong document like the Constitution. But I also think, citizens leading this conversation is powerful because I think citizens have realized that, whether it's the opposition or by and large, the political class, they've been somewhat compromised or rendered inefficient in certain ways. So I think by having citizens at the forefront of this conversation, and please, I urge you, I am part of the political class, but I want to urge you to ensure that this remains a citizen-led democratic movement, because it ensures that there will be no handshake that compromises this movement. There will be no agendas that compromise this movement. And I say this because the advantage that citizens have now by leading this conversation is strictly because citizens will feel the impact directly. And also, you've had people speak the same language for so long and you've had the same outcomes. I encourage you and I emphasize that please maintain the same approach so that no one utilizes this movement to gain clout or to drive their own agendas, because what's at stake here is really the democracy of this nation and accountability for those who are meant to serve. And I think in terms of legacy, the two differentiators here is that in the past, the legacy of Saba Saba was to encourage, a multi-democratic party approach, whereas here it's, youth-led and citizen-led. And I think what is critical about this legacy is that the youth have often been told that, especially more recently, that they are lazy, that they are not proactive. So I'm really proud that this particular Saba Saba, having the youth at the helm, means that they have done what no other body has managed to do in years within weeks. So I really want to applaud the youth for doing that. And I really want to applaud citizens for doing that. And so, taking now that aside, which is the parallels, what is the next step in so far as this being historic, and what can we take forward from what's happened recently? I think as a priority, we need the IEBC reconstituted like yesterday. I understand that the president has made a commitment of Tuesday, but in as much as that commitment is there, I would also be keen to peel the veil behind that. Will he really put people who will send his MPs home? I don't know. Those are questions that we need to factor in as we are thinking of this reconstitution. Whoever is part of that IEBC needs to reflect the Kenyan people's will, not the political class. Because of course, they cannot be judge, jury, and executioner. That's definitely a conflict there. So is there a way that the Law Society of Kenya, maybe with private sector or maybe with other groups, that can come together to support this process so that young people's voices, the citizens' voices, is reflected in that reconstitution? The second opportunity I see here is the Law Society of Kenya has been an integral part of this conversation and process. So I think going forward, citizens can utilize the LSK, and I think it's a huge opportunity for the LSK at a national level to unpack the bills before the assembly, and that means then citizens gain an understanding on what's being discussed in a way that is simple and critical for the public to understand, so that they can then put the pressure on their MPs or senators, so that nothing that is against the will of the people is passed. And then similarly, LSK at a county level can push for the same for county bills. And what that does is it means citizens have an understanding of the impact of different pieces of legislation, both at national and county level. So you're never caught unaware. It's only when this finance bill was really pushed to the front that we then realized, actually, there's the land amendment bill, there's the conflict of interest bill, there's the AI one as well. So I think that becomes critical. And then in terms of austerity, I think, one, there needs to be all unconstitutional offices disbanded. And then second, we need to have a structured approach or a formula that looks at salaries, which looks at the economy and a benchmark of Kenya versus other countries. What's the fraction of the GDP being utilized to pay public servants? And I think what's important here is we have a very big opportunity with e-governance and data-driven decision-making. And here the opportunity is we can actually monitor the MPs, the senators, the MCA's contribution, especially relying on the Access to Information Act and the Public Finance Management Act. Can there be a matrix where you have visibility on the bills, you have visibility on the projects, and you have visibility on the amount spent, and a independent third party which can confirm this? In closing, I want to also say that there's been a lot of conversations about politicians being, scum in many ways. And I agree. Politicians, a lot of them are not for us. That's why it's important for us to differentiate between politicians and representatives. My seniors, Senator Omutata and the governor, former governor Kibwana, represent a political class that were keen on serving. And that becomes super important for us to think about. When you want to have someone who is serving, they need to be a servant first. They need to understand their representatives in trust. Therefore, their authority is delegated and can be taken away. And public service should be and is about serving all the people, including those who are not like you and who can't do anything for you. And so as you think about your leaders going forward, please make sure they either have a public record of service, which is clearly available for you guys to confirm and verify. And lastly, there should be also a record of achievement if they're handling important documents like health, transport, and others, because if we don't have that public record of accountability, we will be having the same conversations year in, year out. I'll stop there for now, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nasra. Yeah, wow, that was powerful. Lovely.
Yeah, I had a question about that, Nasra. You're an MCA for which county, and also what are your achievements, as you actually just pointed out right now? That's something that we needed to ask. I wanted to ask all the people from the government officials that came here, what are your achievements in the office that you serve right now?
Thank you so much, Lovely. So I'm an MCA for Nairobi County, and I'm a nominated or a special elect MCA. And essentially, I was nominated on the basis of being a minority and also to bring in the expertise of two things. I'm a lawyer by training, and I have a focus on sustainability in particular. And so in terms of achievements, in my capacity as a nominated MCA, the first thing I've done is I've supported Nairobi County on a pro bono basis, by the way, in pushing for actions that can drive the climate change agenda. That led to the Nairobi Governor's Office being certified as the first green government office in Africa last year at COP28. However, my biggest challenge with Nairobi County, and this perhaps you guys can really guide me here, I've also been pushing for a lot of the policies and bills in place to see how Nairobi can then unlock opportunities around the climate agenda. Key among them was during flooding, and just to give you context, so as a nominated MCA, we don't have bursaries, we don't have the equivalent of a CDF. So our voice and our agenda is largely tied with the partners we work with. So in the context of the flooding conversation, at a personal capacity, I was working with the Kenya Red Cross to support the different families and areas that were affected during the flooding. But second, I also lobbied FSC Africa to see if we can have a flooding resilience product, which would ensure that the city becomes resilient against flooding. Unfortunately, the Nairobi County is yet to pass the climate change management bill. I am not clear why this is not proceeding, despite several efforts, but perhaps if you as citizens can put that pressure on other MCAs, that would be really, really helpful. And then at a party level, we also set up a committee on flooding. Essentially, I come from the ODM party, and one of the things we did from a party perspective is we set up a committee where we were providing relief in terms of food and mattresses to affected families. We managed to support about 6,000 families in that regard. And then aside from that, I also pushed for motions. The first was against the audit or the collapse. It was a review of collapsed buildings in Nairobi County. That lobbying resulted in us adopting a resolution as a county assembly for the executive to implement structural audits on all residential buildings as a start. Now, again, the key challenge here is from an implementation perspective. And if you, follow my page, you would know that despite our efforts, the implementation part has been a drag. And again, here, I will need your support as citizens to understand why is this something that's consistent. And I've noted it's consistent across the divide at national and county. Separately, there was also the audit around what is it called? A review of the approval process, and what conversation with the key stakeholders on the issue of approvals in Nairobi. As you would know, recently Jerotich had an issue in Kilimani, where people pretending to be Nairobi County representatives were cutting trees without any qualification. So I intervened in the short term, which led to a stop to that. But unfortunately, the next day they got the licenses. So perspective, but I'd also be keen to throw back the who are focused on legislation but don't have of projects. So it's heavily reliant on working with partners with a similar mindset, and of course supporting on ground. And I think the last thing I want to mention is on ground, I also did Mama Rusili Mali, which is working with women from less empowered communities to take them through a 10 to 11 week program around different focus areas, financial literacy, waste management, substance abuse, marketing, and a few other areas, so that they can have some sort of support in driving a more empowered approach when they're doing their businesses. I'll stop there for now, but thank you so much for your question.
Asante sana Nasra. KOT, hatuja kusikia kutoka ingie, karibu. Ayo, I had seen you had your hand up earlier. I don't know if you're ready to speak. Charles, you're back. Hebu uliza swali yako.
Okay, I had two questions. I've had the opportunity to audit several state agencies and parastatals. And one of the things I noted in all of them is kuna hii circular of 92 that is quoted, where it does not allow any state agency or parastatal to invest their funds in any other securities besides government securities. From the public debt numbers, you will note that over 60% of public debt is actually local debt, not external debt. So my question was to Okiya Omutata. I can see still here. First, is that legal? And two, is that something that can be rectified? Because state parastatals are supposed to inject development in their areas of expertise. For instance, this housing levy that is being collected, the uptake is only about 2% or just about 3%. If you follow Julian Samboko, he breaks down the numbers. And the rest of the funds have been invested in government securities. So we have funds that are supposed to be invested. We have funds that are supposed to be invested in development that are being put in government bonds and in government securities because the uptake is low. So my first question is that Circular of 92 constitutional? Is it legal? And is that something that can be tackled through a court process to ensure that we have state agencies investing in what they are supposed to be, the expertise, basically? And then number two, our national debt is riddled with debt that is placed on us Kenyans through parastatals and state agencies. So, for example, even the Galana-Kulalo mess and that Aurora and Kimwarer Dam, it all started with the Kerio Valley Development Authority. KVDA were the ones who essentially initiated that process of having that the dams so that they can be able now to run that project for Galana-Kulalo. So, and these things are usually approved by parliamentary committees. So Ishongo was asked on news the other day, and he was saying he didn't even see when he was, because he was the chairman of the finance committee for the 10 years, or is it the 5 years, when that Aurora and Kimwarer Dam were happening. And he says, that interview is on, I think, NTV. He says he did not see the contracts and that some of the things there went like this, like that. So basically, he does not come out and say this is the contract. And he says at some point, the Aurora and Kimwarer was supposed to be funded by the developer. But then along the way, when things happened, it became now the state is borrowing. And it didn't go through parliament. It was approved by a parliamentary committee. So are these things legal, and are these things that we can stop? Because you find what is approved by parliament is a certain figure. What we end up with in the report after the financial year is another figure, because we have Ketraco borrowing.